Good afternoon, everyone. It is 3:04 p.m. and welcome to our work session on April 5th. We have a full agenda today, starting with our facilities team for the 2022 cost model and executive summary update. And with us, we have our Chief Operating Officer, Mark Strickland, and Jack McClear, and Douglas Condon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see you all here.
Good afternoon.
For the opportunity to be with you today. We're going to present an update on two items this afternoon. First being the executive summary for this year, and the second being the update to the prioritization. So we'll start with the executive summary. We'll just wait for it to come up. And Jack is going to help run us through this. Jack?
All right, good afternoon. My name is Jack McAleer. I'm the Director of Program Controls with FD&C. I'm going to go over the draft 2022 CIP Executive Summary. I've got it broken out into the different sections with new school, existing school, and program item summary, which may be a little different than the handout that you have. A little background on how we arrived at this draft summary that we're presenting today is went through several options over several months with the county as part of our CIP committee and county core team process. And the first couple of options we presented did not meet the county's financial model for funding our debt. We've had to make some reductions and changes and some shifts here or there, and that's where we landed on this option we're going to show you today. The highlights are the changes from year to year. The ones in yellow are either a shift or a new addition, and the ones in green are a reduction, a change in funding for that specific item. So related to the new school summary, I'm going to focus primarily on the changes from previous year to this year, and we can go into questions afterwards.
I just have one question, because we just have the CIP listing.
Yes.
Are we able to get a copy of this presentation?
Absolutely,
Because
yep.
I'm starting to get to the point where I need readers, and
Sure.
it's very small.
We'll send a copy of this afterwards. This is just a little easier to digest in that full summary for presentation purposes.
I'm not ready for that yet. I will squint and...
Okay. All right. So for the new school summary, changes from previous year, from last year to this year, H15 was delayed 4 years due to program development. Also to open up some funding capacity for the years that it previously fell. We had to shift that out. HS3, which is a high school, had design funding in FY24 and construction funding in FY26. That was reduced from a large program to a small program. That was also based off some funding needs, as well as the proposed site is not suited for a large program, and the need is not there as well. And then also new for this year in the new school category is a placeholder for an elementary school design funds in FY28. One thing to note for the new bond period that's coming up in FY24 and 25 for the new school totals, about $337 million, which is the $205.9 million and $131.1 million at the bottom there. Moving on to the renovation or existing school summary. The only change from previous year to this year is we added a new renovation project as a placeholder in FY28 with design funds. That's modeled as a middle school currently. And also one thing to note with the ES Reno 1, 2, 3 and the TBD numbers you'll see here, that'll be addressed in the prioritization presentation that follows this. Moving on to the program requirements summary, the changes from previous year to last year. Prep category and program contingency category, we had to reduce funding in FY26 and 27 by approximately $4 million a year for each one of those in order to align with the county's debt model. And then also you'll notice that land is highlighted in pink. That is not a net change. The funding has not changed from last year. The only difference is we did some below-the-line calculations with cash versus debt related to how we work things out with the county, and they shifted that around this year, and so that's why we're noting that, because in last year's summary, it was shown as less than it is here, although the total funding for that year has not changed. And the last slide is just a summary of what I previously discussed. It has the program items as well as the new school and existing school totals up at the top, just to recap in one slide. Any questions at this point? Yes, sir.
So thank you, and I appreciate the work that's done on this. And, we'll probably talk about this in the next presentation as well. I think one of the challenges that I feel like we always face is putting our needs against the county debt model only allows us to. Right? That seems to be the trump card.
Right.
And one of the things that I notice is that, and we've talked about this in facilities, that we have to plan in one bond cycle to construct usually in the next bond cycle. So for example, when we look at the new versus renovation, which is something that this board has talked about a lot, and there's quite a number of us on the board that want to see more renovations because our schools are aging, and if we don't take care of them, we're in trouble. And so, for example, we've got no renovations actually happening as proposed in this 24-25 cycle. We've got 4 plans, which is good. So if I look at the planning balance, that looks good for 24-25, but then, and so we build then in 26-27, but I see no planning for renovation in 26-27, which means we go for another 2-year block with no renovations. We wait to start planning again with only one planned renovation there in 28. And as we're going to talk about in the priority list, we can't just sit around and say, right, 4 planned renovations where the planning happens in 24-25, and then one more next planned renovation. The next planned renovation doesn't show up until planning in 27. That means between now and 2029, we only get to renovate 5 schools. That's not enough. Now, I hear the tension with working with the county. How do we, and I know you all don't have all the answers here, but my big question is, how do we move this needle? Because I look at this distribution, and I don't see that it's matching the renovation needs that we have in this county.
So, Dr. Martin, I would suggest one thing if for consideration. If you look at slide 1, which talks about the new school summary,
Yeah.
there are 4 schools in the design phase during the next bond cycle for 24 and 25. Those are TBDs, 1,
Correct.
2, 3, and 4. Okay. And so there is an opportunity for consideration that maybe we say we take one of those slots for new construction and move it into the major renovation category to move that needle a little bit more towards the major renos.
Sure, and I appreciate that. To a degree here, I'm also looking really at 26, 27. Because 26, 27, right, the 7-year plan, the whole purpose for the 7-year plan is so that we have this continuous, and we don't have sort of the boom-bust cycle.
Sure.
And so I agree that we might want to do that kind of shift even for the current cycle. My concern here is not talking so much about the immediate prioritization, but it's looking at our goal of this 7-year rolling plan. And if I look at this the goal of the 7-year rolling plan, I don't see a continuous set of design, which means we're not going to have a continuous set of renovation. Does that make sense?
Understood, yeah. And that, of course, is balanced, as you know, in each subsequent years when you have the construction dollars showing up. for those new construction, right? So there's that framework that we talk about.
Right, I mean,
And
that's the
that
point.
model.
Every year, we should have some construction and some design, so that we don't have a bond that's all construction and a bond that's all design. And like I say, I get it, because right now we're being sort of limited. The county comes back and says, oh, it doesn't fit our cost model. Yeah, but neither do our crumbling schools. Does the cost model trump the crumbling schools model? That's my frustration. And that was sort of why we tried to get toward this rolling 7-year plan, so we didn't have to get into this stuck scenario.
Ms. Kushner.
Thank you. And if I could piggyback on Dr. Martin's comment, in referencing the county debt model, and they are our critical partners, obviously, so I'm really glad that that y'all have been working so closely together. But y'all, as a core team, only work on school construction. Do you have a sense of what the other competing priorities might be in this coming years from the county perspective? Is there a Wake Tech bond coming? Are there other bonds that, I know we've had a major library bond where there still do have a funding stream for library construction, but are there other competing factors that maybe we as a school board need to think through to advocate for prioritizing our renovations? Because they are assets of the taxpayer that we both at the county level and at the school board level are charged with protecting these assets that that we own jointly, and that we have to make sure that we're keeping up with renovations of our county assets.
Ms. Kushner,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I will just say that there are plans for a bond that would be for the school system construction renovation, CIP. There is one planned for Wake Tech as well, and there is one planned for Parks bond that has a large portion of it is related to the work at Dix Park. So those three, I think, are the ones that are being contemplated for the fall ballot.
And I believe the total's about $1 billion for the combination of all three
Okay.
for the county.
$1 billion for, okay. And,
All in.
All in.
And one, you said Dix Park and a Parks bond as well as, I mean, I think I would hope that the figure for the early college with Wake Tech is seen as a joint, project with all three of our organizations, and I really truly value working with Wake Tech. I think it should be a priority of the county, and I think our school system should definitely be a priority. So thank you for putting that
Sure.
added context.
And one thing to note related to,
'Cause I thought Dix was a City of Raleigh project. Okay, got it.
yeah, so one thing to note, to maybe put this in perspective in terms of, not just a 7-year plan, but the next 5, 10, 15 years out, in terms of how escalation affects what we can do and the number of projects we can do. So construction escalation has historically risen at a rate of 2 to 3 times the consumer price index. That's up through 2015 to 2020, it was 3 times, and since 2020 with COVID, it's even been higher. So if you model that out to 2030, even using a very conservative 3% year-over-year escalation, the county's going to need to fund $550 million a year for us to do the amount of projects that we're currently doing. You model that out to even 2040, it's $750 million a year to do what we're currently doing. Now, that's way out in the future, but that'll be here before we know it. And so I think it's a longer-term discussion in terms of how can the county maybe provide additional funding and alternative funding. We might want to look at those options.
Well,
Or
as
else
you
we're
know,
gonna be able to do less projects every year.
Right, I mean, but those numbers scare people as big. Number
That's
one,
right.
we forget that the county is growing, right? We're one of the fastest growing places,
That's true.
and so $1 billion today is very different than $1 billion when we had, only 1 million people, right? We're 1.2 million people now, right? So we have to keep that into consideration. But my real problem, coming back to what I raised in the first place, is what we're building today is not adequate. Maybe our new construction is close. I think we're close to adequate. Our renovations are not adequate. And we're getting behind, and we're getting behinder.
And we did hear that there might be some flexibility with that. Is that what you were saying?
Meaning that we could look at the possibility of taking a new construction slot and moving it down to the major reno, so yes.
Okay. Ms. Cash?
Sorry. So you've heard the board talk about renovation over and over and over again. So I want to be sure that you understand. It's a big deal. I have one question, and I think I've brought it up a couple times, and I'm not sure I quite understand the Capitol Boulevard site for a high school. My concern is, 5 miles away, less than 11 minutes from that site is Southeast Raleigh High School that sits at about 74 and a half, maybe 78 to 79% full with trailers. And Southeast Raleigh used to be an epitome of school when we built it. And I have a concern while we're putting a high school just that far away from Southeast Raleigh and not focusing on Southeast Raleigh again and what we can do there. And I don't have an answer because I think I've talked about this several times. So I'm not sure what we're putting at the Capitol site because it's more than $100 million, I think, in this 7-year rolling plan. And it's a high school. I was maybe thinking there was something more we could do at that site. K-12, I know we talked about a laboratory school at one time with some input from the community, but I have some concerns about that amount of money going into that high school in this plan as one board member.
I will also say that that's the most recent discussion the board has had about that site, but there have been no decisions made about that site. It's why it's also further out. It provides greater time to determine, because even if it is a high school, it would be a small-scale high school. And I think the site is actually closer to Enloe High School, which is overcrowded. So and then there's schools obviously on the other side of it as well. But there's a need for high school seats in the community. Whether or not that would be the best location for it, I think, is a further discussion of the board, and whether or not a program that's only high school is further discussion of the board. It's the placeholder that's been put in the model, but it's not the decision that's been made about the school.
Okay. So is Southeast Raleigh High School something we're going to programmatically address, or are there some things we can do for Southeast Raleigh High School that makes its empty seats take up some of that need for seating in that area for high schools?
I think the work at Southeast is ongoing with regards to their magnet programming. That's where we've laid our focus at the time being, rather than expanding the base at this point in time. So that it's ongoing work that we'll have to monitor.
Ms. Kushner?
Quick, can you remind us where High School 3 is located again? It's just listed as HS3. We don't have usually we put a.
So I'm sorry, go ahead.
Not defined.
I was going to say, we believe that target area is in the Morrisville.
In Morrisville,
Yes, ma'am.
gotcha.
Okay. Any further comments or questions on this? All right. Let's get to the next presentation,
All right, so we will move
school
to...
renovation and replacement. And
Yes. And we'll wait for that to come up.
While we're waiting for that to come up, might it be possible to run some numbers, if you don't have them in front of you, around the total for renovations and new schools across the 7-year plan, as opposed to just during the bond period?
Sure. The total for new schools across the 7-year plan is a little over $1 billion. The total for renovations is a little under $500 million.
Okay. All right. Next slide, please. So, purpose here this afternoon is to provide you an update. As you all will recall, when we were with you at the March Facilities Committee meeting, we provided a verbal update on what the team had been doing behind the scenes with respect to the prioritization. And as you all know, much in the same way with the cost model and the executive summary, team has been working very hard for the last several weeks and months to do just that. So this afternoon, what we're going to be providing you with is an annual update to the rubric scoring. We'll be talking about the 2022 top priority schools. Always important to remember that our 7-year rolling CIP is flexible for a variety of factors, and some of those are enrollment, land availability, market conditions, certainly pandemic-related unknowns. And then, of course, we have 2 options that we're going to be bringing to you this afternoon as recommendations for your consideration. Next slide, please. In this slide, we'd like to take just a moment, as we've noted previously, and just draw attention to the key collaboration that goes on between our CIP team and the county. These are several people that have worked very hard for a number of weeks on this particular topic. So I think it's important to just draw attention to the fact that there's some very important collaboration going on. Next slide, please. So in our March meeting, we captured a total of 3 comments, and we wanted to bring those back to you. Comment number 1 was a comment that was specifically raised about Cary High School. And in this particular topic, the team met internally over a period of a few weeks. We discussed the current situation. We discussed what the options were for this school. As we noted in our March meeting with you all last time, we are proceeding with the replacement of the windows and the canopies. We felt that was critical, so that is happening. We did consider this school as one of the options for a major high school renovation, noting it is not included in the recommendations because, as Jack noted, we do have a funding framework from the county that we do need to fall within. However, we understand and we hear the importance of this. So there is certainly a possibility that we might be able to move a slot around and consider Cary High School in one of those 2 options. Next slide, please. Comment number 2 was a separate comment, but it was related to the initial comment with respect to Cary High School, and that was a comment that there could be potential concern that we did not have a high school reflected amongst our 5 major renovation slots over the 7-year period. So again, the team met internally. We discussed options. It was absolutely considered. At present, it does not fall within the recommendations, as it does not fall within the framework of the county debt model. But again, there is some flexibility that we could discuss, and it's possible that we could move a slot or 2 around and discuss the potential of having a major high school renovation. Next slide, please. Comment number 3 that we received was specifically with respect to East Wake High School. Again, the team met internally, discussed the history of work at that campus, and also options that would potentially be available to us to address concerns. I had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Scott and some other key community leaders at that campus on March 23rd. Thank you for that invitation, Ms. Scott. It was really a good morning to be able to meet with key people, understand some of the successes that are happening at that school, and we don't want to forget that because it's a fantastic administration and there's some really good things happening at that school. We did talk about some of the challenges that are out there, and so as a result of that meeting, we went back following that. We talked to some key people in maintenance and operations, and they are communicating directly with the administration. We found approximately 7 or 8 items on the school's list that we believed could potentially be maintenance and life cycle in nature, and we're developing a strategy to try to resolve as many of those as quickly as we can. Next slide, please. So in this slide, what we would like to show you is just a snapshot what's happening with the funding. And so in this slide, we draw particular attention to the FY22 major projects This particular category is all new construction, and so you'll see note that we have a total of 6 schools. You can see where the geographic location for those schools are, the respective building capacities, and then the construction and substantial completion estimates and dates. Next slide, please. In this next slide, we talk specifically about projects that, again, are new, but were recently completed or will soon be completed under the prior bond. And again, you'll see several schools here that show a nice balance and spread around the county. Again, you'll see the geographic location, the respective building capacities, and then the construction and the substantial completion dates, respectively. Next slide, please. Actually, could you back up one slide, please? In this slide, this draws particular attention to the major renovations in our district. And these are, again, our schools that were done prior to the 2022 funding. So in this particular slide, you'll notice a heavy focus in the Apex, Raleigh, and Fuquay Arena area. You'll notice, again, the capacity numbers, the important dates of note here being when construction commenced, and then finally, when substantial completion was either achieved, or we do have a couple that are slated to be completed very soon. Next slide, please. Over the next several slides, you will see photos of schools that are under construction presently and are soon to be done. So this first school is Herbert Rhode Middle School. This is located in Fuquay Arena. And you'll note that this school is to be substantially complete very soon, and it will be ready to scheduled to be ready to open for staff and students at the beginning of our next school year. Next slide, please. Apex Friendship Elementary School, located in Apex, of course. This school is, again, under construction and slated to be complete right around the time that school ends, and we'll be ready for staff and students to open at the beginning of our next school year. Woods Creek Elementary School. Woods Creek is in progress. This is located in Holly Springs. Woods Creek is a school, just so that you're aware that when this is completed, will serve as a swing space initially for Baucom Elementary School. Baucom Elementary School will occupy the space while Baucom is renovated. When the renovation at Baucom is completed approximately a year later, they will then go back to their newly renovated school, and then Woods Creek will open for staff and students the following year. Next slide, please. Westbrook Middle School, which is located in Raleigh. Important to note that this is a 2-phase project, so what you're seeing here with respect to the substantial completion at the end of this month is for Phase 1. Phase 1 includes their new school, so at the end of this school year, the staff it will be ready for staff and students to move in for use in our new school year coming up. The former school will then be demoed, which is Phase 2, and then Phase 2, the piece of Phase 2, the scope of work, are the athletic field. Okay? Projection for Phase 2 completion would be this time next year, so March, April of 2023. Next slide, please. Fuller Elementary School, again, also located in Raleigh. This is a renovation. Going very well, slated to be substantially complete in June, and we'll be ready to open for staff and students at the beginning of our next school year. Next slide, please. In this slide, what we'd like to do is take a moment just to, a little bit of a history lesson to remind all with respect to the categories in our rubric. As you may recall, we've got 4 categories. We have our campus building condition, health and safety, school choice, and educational adequacy. The respective percentages for each of those categories are noted immediately below the name of each category and are 40, 35, 15, and 10% respectively. Next slide, please. So we'd like to take a moment. We'd like to share the 22 evaluation approach with you all. As we mentioned back in March, There were a couple of different things that we did this year that we believe helped to refine the process. Number one, maintenance and operations. They went out to the market and they hired a third-party consultant to come in and to assess the physical condition of our 55 oldest schools in the district. FD&C engaged 3 separate consultants to each evaluate 2 of our top 6 schools from last year's list, 2021. What came out of this was that a scoring effort was done per the previous slide. We arrived at our scoring for 2022, which you'll note in your separate backup provided, downloaded in Assembly, was the top 25 list for this year. When we reached the point where we had completed the scoring for this year, a small group of individuals from our CIP team, which included long-range planning, real estate services, maintenance and operations, and FD&C, they met to start to evaluate some of the additional considerations post-scoring, like ability to swing on site, phasing, geographic location of that particular school, and any other related considerations. Next slide, please. You'll recognize this slide. This shows you, just as we did last year, this is our top 6 from this year. In this slide, you'll note from left to right, of course, the name of each school, and then you'll see the scoring in each of the 4 categories respectively. You'll see the cumulative score in the final column, and then immediately to the right, you will see those 6 scores graphed respectively. And as I noted just a moment ago, the complete top 25 list was provided separately in your backup. Next slide, please. At this point, given the work product and where we are today, the schedule that we have felt that has been the following. So we had the opportunity to share this update with leadership on the 28th and the 29th of March. We then presented it to our Wake County core team that same week on the 31st of March. We had great dialogue with our leadership as well as our core team, great back and forth questions and answers. We, of course, are here with you all today at the board work session to present this to you formally and solicit your feedback. As we continue to look forward, the path forward would be taking any feedback that we receive, any comment today, coming back to you all with as much response as possible next week at our April Facilities Committee meeting. And then finally, pressing forward to the April 19th board work session, which would be 2 weeks from today. Any additional comments, any additional information that you're requesting, either coming out of today or that April Facilities Committee next week. It's important to note that because we do have a bond on this year's ballot, the schedule is driven by the requirements in that schedule, with the goal being that we come back to you for the formal presentation of the 2022 CIP 2 weeks from today. As last year, if you all feel comfortable that we are at that point where you're good for proceeding forward for approval, it would go to the board meeting that evening, April 19th. If there's something that you would like us to continue to look at, to refine, we would absolutely do that. We would then be coming back to you 2 weeks later on the May 3rd work session for any final questions. And then it would go on the board agenda that evening for approval. Important to note, because of the schedule with the bond happening on the ballot this year in November, that it must be approved by our board, you all, no later than the first week of May. Next slide, please. In this slide, what we'd like to take a moment or two to discuss is some of the conversation and process that our team spent over the last 3-4 weeks. Once we got to the point where we talked about the scoring, we talked about the non-scoring related considerations, there were several options that were out there. And I think it's important to capture, to note that there were several options that were considered by long-range planning, real estate services, maintenance and operations, and FD&C. this was the initial basis for our analysis and discussion for any options that were considered and that will be ultimately presented to you all today. We discussed options from a variety of perspectives. It's important to note that it's data-driven, and we'll talk about that in a couple of moments. Other considerations and key pieces that were included were perceived needs out there in our district, swing space, and input that has been received from our community. Lastly, most importantly, again, any recommended options that we're bringing to the table for your consideration and discussion today work within the county debt model. They should be data-driven and ultimately have led us to recommend these two options out of several that were considered. Next slide, please. So in this particular option, this is what we're calling option number one. And option number one is data-driven by this year's scoring. Okay? And as you'll recall, looking at that 7-year CIP, you have a total of 5 major renovation slots. And by virtue of the scoring for this year, you'll see Lockhart Elementary, Brentwood Elementary, Briarcliff Elementary, Ligon Middle School, and either North Garner Middle School or Zebulon Middle School. We've provided Zebulon Middle School as an alternative for consideration, given the fact that that's number 2 on our scoring this year. Ligon is the highest ranked middle school, okay? North Garner is number 2, and Zebulon is number 3 amongst the middle schools. When we look at our new construction section, you'll note that Bryan Road and our HS3, which we've already talked a little bit about today, are already slotted in on the 7-year CIP. Important to note that if you see a TBA asterisk, that's indicative that that particular location requires that we acquire land, okay? So in the Bryan Road site, in the Pool Road site, we currently have land that you all control, that you own, okay? And these, from top to bottom, these areas, the West Cary-Morrisville, the Wendell Zebulon, the Eastern Raleigh, the Northeastern Raleigh, Apex, Holly Springs, and the West Cary-Morrisville areas, these are all areas that in discussion, whether it's with community or staff or other targets, these are the areas that we understand are in the areas of need. Next slide, please. So option 2 is indicative of the scoring for last year. It also takes into account trying to address immediate needs for new construction. And I think it's important to note that in this particular option, Lockhart, Briarcliff, and Brentwood are still amongst 3 of the top 5 major renovation slots, okay? You're also seeing Adams and Powell, which showed up in last year's scoring. In the new construction section, of course, again, M12 and H3 are already slotted in. And I think it's important to note, just for clarity, that in that M12 section, we're noting Woods Creek Middle School. The reason that we've shown it as such is that's based on recent presentations that reflect overcrowding in that particular area. And based on projected growth, the overcrowding is expected to continue. As a result, M12 was subsequently moved down on the list, as you'll note, to the ES TBD number 2 slot. Okay?
So Woods Creek is only listed in option 2. So does that mean it is not part of option 1?
That's the middle school.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So what we have here over the next couple of slides, this is reflective of what Jack shared with you a few moments ago with regard to our 7-year plan. The first slide is our major reno slide, showing, of course, the focus on the next bond cycle, which is FY24, and 25. Next slide, please. And then this is our new construction slide, just as Jack presented to you, for the next 7 years. Next slide, please. So, bringing this to a wrap-up. Key components, important to note, just like last year, that when we talk about our rubric, when we talk about the scoring and the percentages, building condition and health and safety remain our key drivers because they account for 75% of the total scoring. As always, equity, very important component, and important to note that that's absolutely considered in every decision. As I noted earlier, we made a couple of changes this year when we talked about going out there and engaging consultants to assist us in the evaluation of these sites, always open to continued process improvement and evaluation. And then, as noted at the beginning of the presentation, our 7-year rolling CIP is in fact flexible, and its flexibility is frankly due to the enrollment out there that we have in our district, land availability, market conditions, the unknowns that we face sometimes with our pandemic, and other considerations. So moving forward, we would look for implementation of this into our 2022 CIP, and as noted, always open for other opportunities to refine and continue to make progress in this process. And as we've noted before, the new SNAP prioritization process went live at the end of January, and there are some opportunities in that funding to do some things like what we discussed earlier when we talk about work that's still being done at Cary High School, when we talk about the window replacement, the canopy replacement. So there are those opportunities out there. Next slide, please. And with that, happy to take your feedback, your comments, and your questions.
Before we begin, I want to say thank you, and I also, when it comes to the recommendations that are given between options 1 and 2, are you looking for directions from board members as to what they prefer, or is that just telling us those are different directions that we could go in?
So we would absolutely want to hear your feedback, and we would want your direction.
Okay.
Which option
I'm
you
just
all would
making
prefer.
sure. All right, thank
Yes,
you.
Thank you.
All right, board members. All right, we'll start over here. Ms. Cash.
So I always wonder, back on slide 15, because I'm very happy with the fact that we've had a rubric that we start to work with. But back on slide 15, prioritization of rubric update, I see that school choice is 15%. I know this is where I get a little questioning about what we do with our choice programs in our schools. And I just hope that the conversation between the Office of School Choice and the facility department is strong. I think that, in fact, I know in my district there might be at least one school that has application to it, but literally the building will never get applications to it because of the way the building looks and the land looks. And I think we put programs in these schools that we spend dollars on, and it's kind of a false security. And I think that if we want kids to apply to that school, it's going to have to look better. And I do know that a lot of those schools of choice are not in this renovation project. There may be other things we can do to help those facilities support the program choice that we're trying to do to fill empty seats in those schools, which is what we're all about in Wake County. So I just bring that concern up. I don't have an answer, but I know we have at least 20 schools that probably have great programs in them with good applications to fill empty seats, but the building will not support people to apply to those.
Thank you, Ms. Cash.
Ms. Scott?
Thank you. And I also appreciate the work and all of the information that you provide with the rubric and all of the folks who have spent time offering information for this. You know, it's really hard for me, especially having just been to a school like Wendell Elementary. And I don't want to say that, you know, only, I'm just speaking, I represent this part of the county. I represent these schools, I represent this community, so I have to speak for these people. It's my job to amplify their concerns. And as Ms. Cass just said, I mean, when you look at a school like that from the outside, and it's dirt and weeds and screens that are very old. And I know sometimes we ask the principal, well, did you put in a work order for this? Okay, I mean, it's a lot to ask. It is a lot for our school personnel to balance, to write a work order for every screen that is ripped or shredded or just old, to write a work order for every single window that doesn't open, for every stinky bathroom. Or the dirt outside, I mean, that doesn't have grass on it, and there's no reason why it shouldn't. Or a garden that someone started, and those families are no longer there. So it's really hard for me to see a school that had been 5 on the previous rubric to ranking to jump down to 11. And I believe in the conversations that I have personally had with municipal leaders and with county commissioners. And again, these are personal conversations. These are not in, you know, necessarily in official capacity, but I believe that the will is there to even be more creative, to work to provide solutions, especially when we have problems or concerns that we don't have a swing space. I mean, how long should a school be pushed down because they don't have a swing space? It's really hard for me to be able to take this information and to go back to folks who just had a meeting last summer and say, you know, never mind, this isn't going to happen anytime soon. I know we're dealing with an impossible equation here, but it's very, very hard for me to see some of these schools not prioritized, and looking at some that are even, you know, lower on this list where we acknowledge a need, and I know that there are other schools popping up in that area that are new buildings, that are shiny new buildings, that are taking students. And what's just so heartbreaking is when you know that the experience that they'll have inside of that school, despite in our schools, despite what the building condition may be, is one of the most loving and amazing opportunities that a student could have. And I'm just struggling with this, and I know other board members are as well. And again, I'm not saying that the East deserves more than any other part of the district, but it is getting harder and harder for me to go back to this community over the last 4 years and say, not yet.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Ms. Waters?
Well, thank you for a very well-done presentation. I just had a couple of questions on the process, and looking at the rubric that was used, I see the 4 categories that are identified. I wonder how far did you drill down into each category in terms of more specific questions that you used to analyze? For example, with the building conditions, what types of questions did you drill down further to analyze the condition of the building, and how did you control maybe for human factors as you look at so many schools over time, sort of your perspective may change as you look at the first one as opposed to the last one. So how did you control for human factors, and how far did you drill down into each of these categories to come up with the assessment? Because it's so challenging when you see that school that's the seventh school that's kind of on the brink of needing a renovation, and so many of the schools need renovations, but just wanted to understand a little bit more about the process and how those final selections were made.
Sure. Thank you for your question. So when you look at that rubric, you look at the campus building condition, and a couple of the factors that, and this was part of the reason why we refined the process this year and engaged a third-party consultant to actually go to each of our 55 campuses that are the oldest in the district, and to actually have boots on the ground and actually be at that campus, walk every part and piece of that campus, and look at it from a 10-year perspective. So when you look at the scoring for this year's rubric, it's based on 10 years. So it's telling us, and this is the quandary that we face. Sometimes we as a school will have a piece of major work done to assist with part of perhaps an issue that's going on. And so when you do the whole 10-year evaluation, that does impact the score because that piece of the school has been improved. Okay? So you could talk about major components like a roof, or your HVAC system, or windows, or things that really improve a school that make a difference. So if a major project occurred in the course of a given year to one of those top components, it will impact the score because there's been an improvement. So there is drilling down to really understand what's happening on campus, what the major components look like, the functionability, and that's when you get in to the health and safety component, which is nearly as high a percentage as our building condition. They look at those very things, the health and the safety of those buildings, and trying to understand over that 10-year period, what's it looking like today, and if you weren't to do anything, what would it look like over that period of time down the road?
Ms. Carter.
All right. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you going back and also addressing Cary High, and I'll just throw it out there because it says on the slide that could be considered in a custom option, and I would fully support any custom option just for many reasons, but if folks are interested, you can go and see where there were other plans already ready to roll, and then it was just not done. And so part of my concern, I know we've talked about it before, one, if their plans stuff at school, then it doesn't happen, that creates a lot of issues, not only for those who are going to school there, living with community, working there, but I just want to throw that out there. But also where we fix some of the problems and then we come back, we score them again, they could even fall all the way off the top 25. And I just have concerns about that because it's recreating a picture, and it makes me worry about how, again, that's really not, to me, very transparent because it's recreating the picture. I understand we're looking at it every time, but if we're looking at it in a screenshot and then we're saying, okay, we're going to do X, Y, and Z, in my opinion as one board member, then we need to do X, Y, and Z. And if funding is not there, I hear that, but if down the line it becomes available, then if that's something that's already been said is going to happen, that's just how I view it. And going to what Ms. Scott was talking about, I noticed on slide 9, like the major renovations, if you look at where they're at, overwhelming majority are in Raleigh. Overwhelming. And not saying they weren't needed, but, we have other areas of the county, and I guess that again goes to, what we're looking at and ensuring that other areas are not neglected. So, it kind of goes to what she was saying, because and they're smaller as well, most of the renovations, and I understand that with the dollar amount, but the building capacity. But that was just something I noticed that backs up exactly what Ms. Scott was saying. So,
Great, thank you for your comments. So
yeah,
specific to Cary High School, and this goes to the topic about considering the possibility of taking something that's design funded in 24, 25 and moving it down as a major reno, that would be a potential option, okay, where staff would want to look at that a little closer. and move one of those design dollars in '24 from the new construction section down to the major reno. Okay? And we need to look at the construction dollars that are allotted to that, but we believe because we would not be doing the entire campus doesn't require complete renovation. We believe that the dollars that are already allotted for the elementary new construction are close to what we think would likely be needed to complete the construction. But, staff, I think, would like to take a little bit of time and just make sure that they have that comfort level. But we can sit here today that we feel like we have a good degree of comfort. So that's one option to actually address two areas, Cary High School potentially, and taking that needle, as Dr. Martin said, and maybe moving it a little bit more towards the major renos. Okay?
Ms. Kushner.
Thank you. And Ms. Carter, I appreciate the attention you've given Cary High, and your predecessors before you have talked about Cary High and gotten some renovations there. But looking at East Wake, so I'm glad that the staff went to East Wake High School. I think that is arguably the most challenged high school we have. And if you layer the school choice that has impacted that school, I feel really uncomfortable in some ways having the board sort of micromanage this because of past experience where board members, in a non-transparent way, were able to influence the rubrics that we've had in place that we try to place with the professional staff. So I'm acknowledging that discomfort. Broughton has a cafeteria that cannot fit but a fraction of their students. Sanderson, Millbrook, Wake Forest, older high schools like Cary High School that have the heritage of their history but also have older buildings. So I really want the high school discussion to be it needs to be universal, and I think the staff is more able to do that than we are. And I feel you, because Olds has had a plan for a renovation since the 90s, and there's been no movement on that school. And we have capacity we could expand. And I think that's what the Raleigh renovations have done, is increase capacity in Raleigh, which is half of our population. So I am glad to see those renovations, because they were completely ignored in the 90s and the early 2000s. When I first came on this board, there were schools in my district that had sewage problems, leaking problems. Stow was only fixed recently, and they'd had significant structural problems for a long time that were put off because of the high growth in the 90s and the early 2000s, building schools in Western Wake, in Southern Wake, in these high growth areas that had extraordinarily huge increases in student enrollment. Those new constructions had to take precedence in many ways, because we're growing by thousands. 7,000 one year, 6,000 students another year. So these renovations in Raleigh, and I'm sorry I'm getting really getting going, but those renovations were put off year after year after year, and a small school like Olds has been waiting since the 90s. So I feel you. I understand your concerns. I understand Ms. Cash's, and look at North Garner with a 5 in the recent rubric with their building condition score. North Garner needs some love. I was glad to see it in option 1. We need to protect that asset that the taxpayers have expected us to protect. So that's a lot of, and I see, and I understand, Ms. Scott, that Wendell has been waiting, but I appreciate the staff doing a deeper dive, and Brentwood and Lockhart have been waiting a long time. Briarcliff, been waiting a long time as well. So I really would caution us as a board to allow the staff and their expertise to guide us. I do think we need to ask questions and make sure that we are providing the community feedback that we hear, but also that there are 9 districts, and we could all point to high-need schools. And that's the frustration, because the county has their, what did they call it? Their bond capacity. And we have to work within that. And our students deserve these excellent spaces that we've been building the last 10 years, where we have shifted from kind of we have been basing our designs on research that promote teaching and learning. I celebrate that's been the change since Dr. Martin and I joined the board 10 years ago. Those are schools our students deserve, that are based in research for teaching and learning. And I celebrate that. And I think that needs to be our overall message as we go forward with this bond, is that the school system is building schools children deserve, and spaces our educators deserve as working conditions in teaching and learning.
Thank you, Ms.
That's my
Kushner.
2 cents.
Thank you, Ms. Kushner. Ms. Johnson-Hustler.
Well, I'm actually glad Ms. Kushner went first. I echo those sentiments. I mean, I've sat at this table for 8 years, and clearly I came to the table saying, North Garner's a mess, you all. And it is, right? And patiently as a board member, I am reminded that I sit at this table to represent a district, but once elected, we represent the entire district. And it is absolutely a reminder that every student deserves the best school buildings we can provide, but so do our educators. And, I think the last year I've been harping on North Garner because we've started to lose educators because the art room floods every year, so we haven't had an art teacher. So there are pieces that aren't in this rubric that we could all sit at this table and say, and I think it's important every board member speaks their piece, but ultimately I think I can't agree with Ms. Kushner more, right? I could add to the rubric to Ms. Cash's point around school choice. Well, I have 2 middle schools in Garner. Nobody wants to go to North Garner because of how it looks. That's just the reality. Every part of our district can share those exact same stories. And I think the hard part for us as board members to articulate to the public is we have staff who dig deep to make the decisions so that it really isn't a personal decision. Because if I make a personal decision, I'm going to tell you to go option 1 because North Garner is on the list. That is what you would get from all of us because we're human beings and we sit here representing a large constituent. And so at the end of the day, yes, I have a personal opinion. Mr. Strickland's new. He's heard from quite a few of us. I mean, I got a whole list of schools who aren't even on here that I would add if our rubric was even broader, right? Because if we get down to school choice, not just for students and families, but if we get down to school choice for where educators choose to work, all of the, because the building is a part of teaching working conditions, right? And so those are things we haven't even tapped into when we talk about what a rubric should be including. And I'm only following Ms. Kushner to say that I wanted to add that there are things that we aren't even talking about that should be included that would probably put almost the bulk of our old schools, regardless. If they were built past 2015, we'd probably have them on the list because they got a leaky faucet, they don't have awnings for kids to be protected. We could go on all day. My whole list, Mr. Strickland. I'd be talking about a whole list for all the schools. But I do think it's important that not that we just sit here talking from our individual districts, but we acknowledge that there are pieces that staff can't even tap into or everybody would be on this list. And certainly it is our role to weigh in, and I will weigh in, and I think every board member should. But I also think at the end of the day, it's important that the public who does listen to us do hear us say that we do have staff and consultants to dig into this who we have to trust that they're bringing the right things, and our job is to ask the hard questions if we feel like we don't have what we need. So to Ms. Kushner's point, ultimately, what I'd like to, my question would be, I don't know how we expand this rubric, but I do think it's going to be important that we take into consideration, not for this time, because all of these things are coming. The beautiful thing about being home during COVID, people weren't in buildings, and now we started to hear a lot more because they're back in those buildings, right? So a classroom who sat without heat or air for the last 3 years, the teacher's been at home. Now they're like, could you give me some air? So those are realities that we can't really talk about, and we haven't talked about in a rubric, but I do think we have to start thinking long-term and articulating big picture of what do working conditions mean. Because the beauty is, those of us who work for Wake County, you come to a building that somebody else takes care of. So if the paint gets chipped, somebody's going to come in and fix the paint. That's not true for our school buildings. And so we have to talk about those tangible things to the people in the building that we don't have on our rubric. And I just want to lift that up because those things are the things that not just parents but our educators talk to us about that we can't fix, right? I wanted to pull all the weeds up in the parking lot when my daughter went to East Millbrook. We really tried, but then we realized it's actually in the concrete and you couldn't kill it. It literally kept growing in the concrete.
those are
Let
things
us
that.
use Roundup, like, how I do it, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And then we have to explain to parents why you can't use certain things on a school property because it's not safe for schools. The list goes on. But I did just want to echo Ms. Kushner's point that, of course, I have a personal opinion. And it's important that the people of District 2 know that I've been talking about North Garner since I sat at this seat. But every time North Garner didn't end up on that list, you all provided me with the details to explain why. And I think at the end of the day, yes, I hope North Garner's on this list. If it's not, I'll do the same thing, and I'll go back, and the superintendent will still have to tell me that North Garner will remain underutilized, and here are the reasons why. But I do think it's important that I lift that up as a board member who has been driving y'all crazy about one particular school since I sat at the board. But I also acknowledge that we're a district, and there's not going to be a district that we represent that doesn't have needs, and then there are needs that we haven't even talked about yet. So good luck with the hard work, and thank you for letting us ask hard questions. And also challenging your rubric. I don't have a lot of magnet schools. It's hard for me to see magnet schools ranked higher because, of course, they have higher choice. Because people want to go to a horrible building because they can take, orchestra that they can't take at a traditional middle school. I could be arguing all those things and have. And I think those are the hard things that staff, you all struggle with, because those are not things that can be built into a rubric, right? School choice magnets are always going to rank higher, as they should, by design, and I support that as a board member. But I also acknowledge our traditional schools are at a disadvantage with that particular part of our rubric.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Hostler. Dr. Martin?
Thank you. Concur with a lot of the sentiments. I want to add some specific questions and feedback-wise. To your feedback question, option 1 or 2, I tend to bias toward option 1 simply because it recognizes that we've got both elementary and middle. I'm still very disappointed that we don't have any high school. In fact, we don't have any high school on the 7-year plan, not just in the bond issue. So while I understand that we probably are not going to be able to get a high school planning or anywhere necessarily for the next 2-year bond, I do have significant concern that we don't have a high school anywhere, other than the new construction or the renovation of the Bobby Murray site. But I'm talking about these renovations. No high school in 7 years of planning. That concerns me because I look at the needs and that just doesn't jive. But overall, I think your option 1, whether there is tweaks to what the specifics are, that may or may not be an issue. But I think option 1 makes more sense than option 2 from that perspective. The one question, though, I do have with option 2, which sort of gets at the bigger question, is trying to understand how Powell was on the list such that option 2, it shows up, but Powell does not even appear on the top 25 list at all this year. So could you tell us why?
Yeah, so Powell had some items done in their building, which understandably, it did show up in the top 25 last year. And I want to say that the work that was done before this year when we engaged a third-party consultant was good work. However, I think it's important to note that when we engaged this third-party consultant, they were viewing it from the lens of an expert that does this every day, that goes out there. It's not to say that the work that was done previously was not good work, but you're talking about someone who is specifically in that evaluation in that field. And their opinion was that it was not in our top 25 this year, based on their evaluation on campus and what they saw. Going back, Dr. Martin, I just want to note that your comment understood about not having the high school major reno currently in the 7-year plan, with the understanding that we could potentially, staff will go back over the next week. We'll look at the possibility of taking one of the design dollars that are in our next bond window, moving that down to the major renos that could be at Cary High School. So there is a possibility that we could address your comment with the Cary High School alternative.
And I appreciate that, but I also, to Ms. Kushner's point, I'm not, and listen, I understand Cary High School very well, and this has been an issue that's been there for a long time, but so has East Wake So has every other one on this list. So I do think we need a comprehensive look rather than just saying, hey, it is Cary. Though the flip side is, if we can do a high school reno for the cost, partial reno, for the cost of a complete reno of an elementary school, that is a compelling reason why it could potentially be on there. Again, because we're facing this debt limit with the county. Part of my concern, though, even with the Cary issue, is you've talked about the things that you're doing with Cary right now. How do we know that, and Ms. Carter kind of brought that up, but how do we know that those activities would not take Cary off the list for next year?
Valid point. And I wouldn't say it'd take it off the list, but it could certainly impact the FCI score.
Which is a major contributor.
It is.
Right?
It is.
So I think this maybe is my biggest concern for our discussion here is, the rubric has come a long way. It was way more random, as Ms. Kushner noted, when we first got on the board. So I'm very pleased that we've made headway toward this rubric. We used to even just let this rubric be a linear scale from, it used to be 1 to 17 instead of 1 to 25. And we didn't recognize that, even as the small plot that you plotted, we see the 4 schools have a high, then we have a jump, and you show us just 2 more. And the instability of that was crazy. But we still have too much instability in this rubric. And so I think we need to go back and look at addressing this, because the rubric is so much better than it was. Don't get me wrong. But it's not where we need to be yet. Because we should not have the level of instability, as Ms. Scott noted, Wendell going from 5 to 11 doesn't make a lot of sense. Of the 25, let's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, only 9 of the 25 were on the list last year. Now, I understand that we had a different set of eyes evaluating it. That's for the FCI, but it wasn't a different set of eyes for the health and safety, the school of choice, or the educational programs. So, like I say, I think we've got too much instability. I've suggested before, and I'm going to suggest again, that I think part of what we need to do to sort of balance out some of these factors is not look at it just year by year. It's a little bit like standardized testing. Your score on a standardized test, if you're a bad test taker, like me, it partly depends on the day that you take the test.
Right.
What score you're going to get. Now, I don't think our buildings quite are, it matters what day you take the test, but it does a little bit when you walk through. How recently has it been seeded, or is it dirt all around, or how recently has it been painted? Right, that's a little bit the day you take the test. So if we would look at even the same rubric over the last 3 to 5 years, right, and take sort of an average, what would that look like compared to the single year?
Right, and so I think there's 2 things to address there. One, this was a 10-year average FCI of what the score is.
This current one is a 10-year average?
It is 10.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes.
And so it needs to be a rolling 10-year.
Thank you.
And then 2, I think what the improvement this year of the 55 school evaluation by a third party and the somewhat shifts you saw, some of the major ones, we'll do going forward is we'll be able to lock in the list, or we should be locking in the list every year. And so it should not change that drastically because you did a small HVAC project at this school and it was $1 million and it drops off the list. It should be based on the list should not be as fluid as it has previously.
Okay.
Based on the improved data and moving forward, I think we should lock it in as much as absolutely possible.
That's good to hear. I particularly am glad to hear that this is a 10-year rolling average FCI. That's going to make a big difference.
And in doing so, you can plan projects holistically, not just with looking at life cycle replacements or renovations, but look at the program as a whole and use all the funds down the road as holistically, more so than has been able to do in the past based on the data we have. So you can throw some life cycle funds at a project that's on the renovation list in year 10 and maintain it until that 10 year versus throwing more money at it now and kicking it off the list. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay.
No, I appreciate it. That, I mean, those are the things that, again, some of us have been talking about for a long time. I'm glad to hear that happening. And frankly, in presentations, I'd encourage that to be highlighted, because that revision to the scoring rubric, I think, really helps. And again, so we've seen an abrupt change this year. Hopefully, we'll see a little bit more stability in the coming year. With respect to the stability of the scoring, though, the one thing I will note, which concerns me just a little bit, is while the graph you shows the first 6, it's interesting to note that if instead of using a 2 decimal point significant figure, here's the data guy coming in again. If we only used one significant figure, and I'm not sure that our evaluation really is much beyond one significant figure, the next 5 schools, so schools 5 through 9, have the same value to one significant figure. So we're talking about going from 3.92 to 3.86. There is no difference. There is no difference in those scores. And then if we go a little bit further, so yes, geeky me did the plots, right? Because I can't just look at a table of data. But really, so we've got the 4, then we've got a jump, and then we've got a kind of a plateau and a slight gradual slope. The next time we get a jump is really out there at school number 22. So, and that goes from 3.41 to 3.15. So in many respects, of these 25 schools, based on the current scoring, we have 4 high needs. We have 3 that probably were not super significant based on this scale, and everybody else is right there in contention. Now, we don't have the funds to do that, right? And this is where, to be honest, when I look at this list, there's not a single school on this list that doesn't deserve a major renovation. And there's a lot of schools not on this list that deserve a major renovation. So I want to call again that we've got to have a field trip. We've got to have a field trip. We've got to go with our county commissioners. We've got to make this public. And we need to visit some of the schools that aren't on the list. We need to visit some of the schools that are in the, hey, we really need a fund, but can't, that are on this list. And we need to see what it looks like. Because as long as we're stuck with this, we've got to fit within the debt model, we're not going to address these needs. These aren't cosmetic needs. These are the educational program. These are the health and safety. These are systemic. And the problem's only going to get worse. So if we don't start addressing it now while our enrollment is more modest, right, we're not getting the big 5,000, 6,000 sweeps in enrollment. We should be renovating like crazy right now because we don't have the growth pressure to the same degree that we historically have and may very well again. Now is when we should be renovating like crazy, because if we don't, it's going to come back to bite us in the not too distant future. So as I look at that big bulk of schools, basically 5 to 22, the next thing that I was curious about is the specific scoring. And so while I like our rubric, I still have some questions to it. So if I look at school choice, right, nobody gets high, Poe gets a 5. Athens, there's several that are 4.7s. Athens 4.4 and so on and so forth. But I'm going to take a school in my district, Combs Elementary, 4.7. Very competitive school. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there that if we had a better facility, that would sure help choice. But then I look at North Garner Middle School and I see it scored at 3.7. I know that North Garner needs more help, right? Don't get me wrong, both schools need help. But North Garner needs more help with choice than Combs does, right? And I'm not trying to undermine Combs. Exactly, right? And I just want to highlight it, our scoring numbers. There's something fishy about these scoring numbers. Because even as a magnet program, Combs, right, and I love Combs, and it's in my district, I've been advocating for Combs, and will continue to. But sorry, Combs should not have a choice score that's higher than North Garner. So I think we need to look at these choice scores and get a better handle on it. Because even though that the choice was what, 10 or 15%, that can still, right, that can still buffer your score.
So I need to make just a quick clarification. The school choice is truncated in that column. It is choice, planning, and assignment. And so what that means that they're looking at is not just whether or not it's a choice model. They are looking at whether or not there is residential growth in the area through long-range planning. They're looking at whether or not there is crowding in the school as well. So we may need to reformat that, how we talk about that a little bit, because there's more than just this choice aspect that we're talking about. So I just need to throw that in.
No, thank you for throwing that in. And so to some degree, this is one of the things where we're going to need another tutorial, Ms. Waters, to your point. What goes into these numbers? We had hoped to have a facility committee meeting where we actually were on site and we could look at some schools and say, hey, this is what goes into this score. I really think that would be helpful for us as board members. I think it would be helpful for the community. And to your point, Superintendent Moore, absolutely. Choice planning and assignment, although I'm going to still take my two examples of Combs and North Garner Middle School. And while choice has a real seat need, no question about that, the assignment issues, the choice issues, and frankly, even the planning issues, I still have question as to how, and again, I'm just picking on two, and I'm picking on one in my district and saying, hey, I think we got overrated. I'd like some attention to that. The second thing that concerns me from a data analytics perspective is when I like say, the four top, then we had this big plateau and so on. So I independently plotted the building condition score and the health and safety score because from a facility perspective alone, those are the kind of the two factors that rightly carry the biggest weight. And I discover that three schools, Washington, Adams, and Combs, have a facility condition index that's really right up there competitive with the facility needs of the top four. There I'm using a 4.5 score as a cutoff. Those other three schools have a lower composite because their health and safety is in pretty good shape. Then we have Willow Spring Elementary that has a relatively high competitive health and safety need, but its facility condition is lower. So I'm a little bit concerned. It feels to me like health and safety is kind of a big issue. But health and safety, when I look at some of these schools, right, and maybe I'm sensitive to this because of the chemistry building that I work in at MC State. We've done a pretty good job of keeping Dabney Hall cosmetically looking pretty good. But as soon as you start peeling back the layers, you realize the electrical's not sufficient, the HVAC is not sufficient, and so on. What do I see here? If a school keeps it's painted well, if it's got an active PTA that keeps the grounds looking nice, and some of the equipment supplied, is the health and safety going to appear to be better than it maybe would be based on the building condition? So when I see these big spreads, right, if they were slightly different, I wouldn't have quite so much concern. But when I see that kind of this big spread between the facility condition and the health and safety, it raises a question to me. So just like, and I'm really pleased with the 10-year rolling average, but I think I'd like to maybe, because I think it'd help address this issue, if whenever there's a big spread between two factors like the building condition, health, and safety, and I think those two are the primary ones that I'd look at. I could maybe be convinced otherwise, but I really think those two factors, if there's a big spread, I think we need to take a second look to see, to Ms. Waters' point, right, how much of that is the human factor looking at it, right? Did I walk through the building and, oh, this looks pretty good, I don't see evidence of mold, therefore the health and safety is okay, but another building that didn't have quite the resources, I've got a lot more mold, now all of a sudden the health and safety jumps. Is that the facility? Is that my eyes because of when I looked at it or whatnot? So again, we do this all the time with grant scoring. When there is a big differential, that's sort of a flag to say, hey, maybe we need to look at this a second time to try to moderate the differential, because like I say, particularly that next 5, I see a pretty big spread, and I think if we're in better shape, we would see the facility building condition index and the health and safety tracking a little bit more consistently. And so when they're not tracking consistently, I think that's getting at some of our variation. So I know this is a fairly technical discussion, but this is where we had the information presented. And I think we need to have that discussion because we've got to get to a better point. And again, I'm going to end by reiterating that every single one of the schools on this list needs and deserves a renovation. So we've got to do a little bit better job ourselves, but we've got to do a better job, and we've got to get the county to recognize there's a different model that has to happen, because this we can't because of debt capacity is hurting our students, it's hurting our community, it's hurting so much. We've got to change it. Thank you for indulging me, but this is work I'd love to see us continue to keep working on.
So great stuff, Dr. Martin. Thank you. And I just wanted to add, to shine a positive light on some of that. Many of the things that I think he's referencing are things that are wrong with our schools that we're not able to handle from the maintenance side of things. So a positive in all of this, in the plan as moving forward, would be an increase in life cycle money. Mm-hmm. And it goes up, I think, $2 million maybe next year, but in the outer years, it increases substantially. And so we would definitely have money or have plans set aside for that money for the many needs that we know about throughout the district. So some of those things, and we mentioned East Wake, some of those things, given a better situation or scenario and funding, would not have been an issue. Maybe they could have been things that we could have taken care of. But there's a positive piece in all of this in that. And this was a plan that was put in place some years ago to increase this life cycle funding. So kudos to the county. They and us as well realize that it is a need in the coming years.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Strickland, if we do more of those life cycle pieces, we'll see less need for major renovations as we have now. Potentially.
Well, keep in mind, life cycle are things that have reached the end of their life.
Right.
HVAC, boilers, painting, things like that. So they are things that are directly a part of how a building operates, and if it can operate and function. So could some of that also morph into some other things that need to be taken care of? If your HVAC system is operating properly, there's less of a chance to have mold and mildew. Mm-hmm. And once you get rid of that, then it stands to reason you could paint the building. So I wouldn't say totally, but that's something that could be in the realm of possibility, something we haven't talked about. And I'll just bring this up just on the surface. Earlier this year, we formalized with facilities our PREMP process, partial renovations. So there has been much discussion among staff about how we move forward with those PREMP projects. We believe PREMP is exactly what it says, a partial renovation. It's not tearing a building down and building something back. It is making things look better, making things function better, making things operate better. So we are having conversations with staff right now. That is not to say that you should expect some of this stuff to happen overnight, because they're going through the projects as we get them. But we are looking at it, and it is part of the discussion.
Thank you all very much. We appreciate you taking the time and working with the county and bringing this to us. We know that there are about 200 or so buildings that we're all concerned about, and being able to narrow it down is difficult. Mm-hmm. So thank you. Our next topic is learning about the Gaggle Pilot. And Marlo Gaddis, our Chief Technology Officer, will be joining us virtually. Superintendent Moore, is there anything you want to add?
No, I'll just note the time since we have two items still.
Thank you all. I appreciate the time today. Good afternoon, Chair Mahaffey, Superintendent Moore, and board members. Today, I am bringing to you information about our Gaggle Pilot program. Also available to help answer questions today if needed are Crystal Reardon, our Director of School Counseling, and Allison Reed, our Senior Director for Digital Learning and Libraries, who are in the boardroom with you today. So let me get my presentation up and ready. All right. So first of all, I want to start by saying that this money, our pilot began in 2020 when state funding was made available to us through the Coronavirus Relief Fund. The state offered this funding in hopes that it would help enhance student safety during remote instruction. And then they offered it again in 2021 through ESSER 3 monies, which we have applied for. So the question is really, what is Gaggle? And that's a question that a lot of our folks are asking. So it's basically a digital service that monitors and alerts our Wake County staff that are involved if there are concerns related to student or school safety. Gaggle does this through AI and machine learning. It flags content that is in either our Google or our Outlook accounts. Those are Wake County accounts, not personal accounts. They review them and potentially block harmful content. Once that happens, that flagged content is then looked at and reviewed by a safety team that is hired by Gaggle. They review it, and then they send any information to us of any alerts that may be of greater concern to us around student and school safety. Notifications come to us in email for the folks on the response team, but in severe situations, we also receive a text message or a phone call, and that can happen even after hours. So why are we trying to use Gaggle? Obviously, now every student has a device for learning, and there is an increased use of digital resources. So having this monitor, and it's not spyware, but it's monitoring, will help identify some early warning signs for safety issues, including things like self-harm and harm to self, harm to others. So when we started this project back in 2020, we pulled an entire team together at the district level to determine if this was a pathway we were going to go down. You'll see here members of the district team include folks from my department in technology services, folks from Crystal's area in student support services. We also have our student due process team. We have 2 area superintendents, our academic staff, our risk management, our security, as well as Knightdale High School, who was chosen as the pilot. We had their counselors and their principal also involved in the project. We began with Knightdale High School in April of last year, and then have been bringing on an additional, the hopes was to bring on additional 8 schools, both in the areas of our 2 area superintendents that were part of the pilot, or part of the team, excuse me, to be part of the pilot. So you'll see here, we have 3 elementary schools involved, 3 middle schools, and 3 high schools involved. At this current moment, all are turned on except for Lake Myra. Right as we were moving into the project, we had a change in administration, and we actually have a meeting with the administration at Lake Myra tomorrow to begin the conversation there. So the big question really is what's being monitored? And there's a lot of misnomers and misunderstandings about what's being monitored by Gaggle. First of all, it is only Wake County resources that we own, and that is within Google, and that's Drive, Google Docs, Google Sheets, Google Slides, and anything else that might be uploaded into Google. So that can include links, images, PDFs, Word files, and anything else that might be added to their Google Drive. Then it also monitors our Outlook email, which is in messages, attachments, again, links to websites, and anything shared from their OneDrive in a specific Outlook email. What we don't monitor, I need to be very clear about, is we don't monitor student text messages, we don't monitor social media, and we don't monitor personal resources outside of the Wake County resources. So once Gaggle goes through their alert system, they categorize things into 3 areas for us. So the first is a violation. Usually that's related to profanity or vulgar language. It can also be an example, especially in the elementary schools, for an example of bad digital citizenship. What happens there is usually a student gets an email saying, hey, your choice of that language probably wasn't the best. Rethink how you're putting things in your district email. They get those periodically. This is one of the options we are considering whether or not to keep on or off. And so we're looking at that, but those go directly to the students, those notifications do. Then we have the other 2 areas, which are questionable content or possible student situation. So questionable content are similar to possible student situations, except for questionable content does not have a specific time, plan, or place. So it may be that I'm thinking about hurting myself, I'm thinking about doing something, but there's no imminent, it doesn't necessarily say I'm going to do it tomorrow, or I'm going to do this tonight, or I'm sorry, you won't see me the next day. And so from a questionable content, our schools reach out to those students who may have some issues that we need to assist them with and support. For a possible student situation, however, we get those, as I mentioned earlier, we get a text, our team does. In fact, we've gotten one since the board meeting has started. We get a text message followed with an email that has the content to be looked at. And then we reach out to the student and or the family as needed in this particular situation. Our entire process does not include law enforcement unless absolutely necessary. And that might mean if there is a specific threat to the school around school shootings, or if we are unable to reach a student who is threatened to kill themselves and we have to do a well visit. Those might be the only reasons we would involve law enforcement in this process. So when we think about the rubric, I've got a link here to the full rubric so that you can see it, because I know, Chair Mahaffey, I heard you talking about not being able to see things on the presentation. I'll go ahead and tell you, I've got my glasses on, I still can't see this one, so you're gonna need that document for sure. But when you're looking at specific things that are going to be monitored, you'll see things around drugs and alcohol. That can be around the sale or the use of drugs or alcohol, harassment. So it can be racially motivated, cyberbullying, or other. Nudity or sexual content. Again, we mentioned profanity and vulgar language, suicide, self-harm, and then of course violence towards others. So when Gaggle looks at these, it qualifies them into one of these categories based on whether or not they are questionable content, a possible student situation, a violation, or if it's just spam that is coming in our email or in our Google, or if it's actually something that was schoolwork. Sometimes students share in college essays and other things, past trauma in their explanations from that point. So one of the things, we took this extremely slow. As you can hear, we did it with one school first, and we still only are bringing on 8 additional schools. We wanted to make sure that this became specifically part of a process that was already in place in schools. So as that larger team came together, Gaggle is just one notification of a lot of other ways our schools are being notified. For instance, we have students who come to teachers saying that they are being bullied. We have one student letting a counselor know that their friend has an eating disorder. We have a lot of different ways within the school building that these ways of notifying our schools that these things are happening are already in place. And so as we did that, we tried to use the current processes that were in place. So things like a threat assessment, if it's something related to school safety, our student due process, for us, the TSD incident response is how we handle when things are in our resources that we no longer need to have in there. Things like pornography and other things that we can sometimes need to get rid of from a perspective of safety. Also, suicide prevention and student safety protocols. So our counselors are amazing. I know I don't have to tell you this, but Crystal and all of the school counselors in our buildings doing an amazing job. I have a huge appreciation for them, even more than I used to. But we already have these processes in place, and we are just using Gaggle as one way to be notified that a student might be at risk or in trauma. So you'll see here, so that in the midst of when something happens, we had flowcharts. Our team built flowcharts for who needs to respond, how they need to respond, where it needs to be documented, and so on and so forth, and what Gaggle does with the particular resources as they come in. So once we began, or actually before we begin, we do training with our school principals. They choose a response team. They choose in their building who would be part of the people who react when we get these alerts. We did request that and require at least one school counselor has to be involved, as they're the ones trained in suicide protocols. The teams range from anywhere from 3 to 10 to 12 people at a school if it's a high school. And we trained all of those. Gaggle works with us, and Crystal Reardon and myself do some training around the workflows. We talk about identifying the alert types, and we have an incident dashboard where we pick up our information, as well as they let us know when something has been resolved, so that we always have a running tab of things that may be unaddressed or needing to be resolved going forward. We also, in order to protect our principals, created a technology protocol to allow for safe viewing if there is a need to view something around nudity or sexual content, in order to share with a parent as we're talking with our parents, that does not put them at risk for having child pornography on their devices. We wanted to make sure they were also safe. So we trained them on that. And then as we're going through this process, whether it's with our dashboard or how we respond, we are trying to keep up with our principals and our schools to make sure that if something changes or if there's training that needs to be done at that very moment, we're doing that. So quite often, either Crystal, myself, or others are working with the schools as they're working to resolve some of these issues. So next steps for us as we monitor over the next couple months is really to solicit product and process feedback from our school response teams. We are talking about adjusting some of the pilot parameters, as I mentioned, specifically with the violations around profanity and vulgar language. Whether or not we will do that, that'll be a larger conversation. We're also working with Dr. McMillan's team in data research and accountability to develop some feedback protocols to evaluate where we are, and that will go to parents and students as well as the response teams, because we do want to know how our parents feel about this and how our students feel about this, and whether or not they have specific feelings around this. So that is our next steps from here, but I know you probably have lots of questions, so I'm going to stop talking now, and I will turn off the presentation so that I can see you and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Gaddis. Certainly being able to combat things like cyberbullying or being able to contact a student before they take action on suicidal ideation or an act of violence is critically important. So thank you for bringing this to us. Are there questions from board members? Ms. Waters?
Well, thank you. It's a very great program to see implemented, and I appreciate the work that has gone into it. Just a couple of clarifying questions. Is this something that students opt in or out of, or is it by nature of having a school device and using school resources something that is automatically done at the pilot schools?
Yes, ma'am. You actually answered the question for me right there at the end. So it is not an opt-in or opt-out at this time. It is part of having Wake County resources and being able to do that. I don't know. I see Mr. Bloomberg jumping in there, so if he has a comment there, he's welcome to do that.
No, you answered the question right on.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's the current plan. Thanks.
And then just one more question in terms of education to parents whose children may be involved. What does that look like in terms of making them aware of how the program works and operates?
Sure. So we send a message home a week prior to this going live at the schools. They are also given my contact information and the school's contact information for further information. Ultimately, if all goes well, they never have to know anything about the product because it's keeping their kids safe, and there's not any major issues. I have had lots of great conversations with parents who've had both concerns and praise for something like this, and we're happy to have those conversations through that process. I will tell you, though, as we work to resolve through some of these alerts that we get, our school staff do reach out, if applicable, to our parents to make sure they're aware of any concerns that may be relevant for parents related to specifically to self-harm and suicide ideation.
Ms. Scott?
Thank you. And another question about the context. I appreciate that looking at the violations, that the action could be an email to student, staff, both, or neither. But wondering, particularly with elementary and middle school students, I mean, ideally with all of our students, but particularly with those younger grades, I think as we partner with parents, they often want to know if their child has violated something, if they have done something inappropriate. So in those types of situations, would we also be contacting parents, or is there a way to loop them in? Because I don't monitor my child's school email as often as I should.
Sure. So what I can tell you is the way the current process works is after the third violation, the principal starts getting notified, and at that time, most principals do reach out to the parents. We try to make sure that students have the opportunity to self-correct and give them that opportunity when it comes to the violations specifically.
Thank you. And I do appreciate that we're testing this program and piloting it to see how this can help our students. I know there are advocates who are very concerned about screen time and access to internet that our students have had even prior to the one-to-one device. And so I think having things in place like this is part of our responsibility as making sure that we're taking care of our students. So I just wanted to say I appreciate that we're trying this and seeing just how effective that can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Martin and then Ms. Cash.
Thank you, Ms. Gaddis. Good information, and I think there's a lot of good things about the way this is structured. Not only is it the technology tool, but you put a team together to evaluate, and it's not just a punishing. It is a restorative approach, which I think is good. A couple questions. From where I have heard concerns, some of it is what records are kept. Do we keep histories of sites that have been visited or viewed? Is it really just, is it just evaluating the products that have been sent or received? Is there any archival of those kinds of things?
Yeah,
Sort of
great.
establishing a record.
Yeah, great point. So first of all, this does not look at Google search at all. So Google search, no web search is included in this. This is simply Google Drive and Outlook email. So there is no Google search within this. But to your point, as Gaggle is going through this process, anything that did not require a flag is deleted within 30 days. Anything that is flagged with issues can be kept up to, and I'm going to say can be, because I'm going to give you a qualifier here in just a minute, will be kept up to a year and then deleted. And then by law, anything related to nudity is automatically reported to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children if it's related to child pornography, and has to be deleted by law. Gaggle has to delete it within 90 days. So just so you're aware of those, that's the only archiving that is done related to anything that is monitored through Gaggle.
Thank you. That is helpful. In some respects, if I heard correctly, it sounds like when an issue is flagged, that sort of like starts a work order. Is there a closeout likewise documented? My question there is, in plenty of due process things that we see, there are sometimes unfinished business, or sometimes we'll see this with the spec ed cases that come to us. Somebody will say, hey, you were notified, nothing was done, it sort of fell off the radar. So is there a clear documentation? I think I heard it, maybe, but I just want to clarify that there's a clear documentation that once flagged, we have to have a record that something was done. Maybe it was resolved at just the conversation level. Maybe it went all the way to the more substantial intervention. But do we have a closeout so that we don't get caught down the road? You were notified, but nothing was done.
Great question, Dr. Martin. Absolutely. That was part of the reason why this group really took a good look at what internal processes were already in place. So from a Gaggle perspective, the owner of the, I'll use the word ticket because you did, and that's a technical term, I know, but the owner of the notification at the school level gets assigned that particular notification, and then they're responsible for resolving it in the dashboard in Gaggle. Now, that being said, we tried to make that very simple to let us know something had been done. But in the processes that we currently have in place, things like our suicide protocol or student due process, there are already places such as ECATS and OASIS where those trails follow and those documentation pieces have to go. So all of that documentation goes in the places where it would normally fall within those processes in the school, but they also have to assign and close the ticket in our Gaggle dashboard so that we are assured that a student is not, to your point, not ever addressed in a particular issue. And
so
I do keep a really close eye on that list.
So presumably related to that, if something is unresolved in a 30 to 90-day time period, I'm assuming you or your team or somebody on the team would go back and say, hey, why wasn't this resolved?
Yeah, so it doesn't go 30 to 90 days. I'm in it pretty regularly, and I usually follow up with the schools pretty quickly.
Okay, no, very good. And my last point, somewhat related to that, and Mr. Bloomberg may need to respond to this, is I'm assuming that this is pretty closely related to some of the mandatory reporting laws that have gone into place. To what extent does this become, that's the flag that really initiates the mandatory reporting for particularly sexual assault, child trafficking, et cetera?
It can result in if depending on the specificity of the information, if we're put on notice of a crime, that could involve any one of the mandatory reporting offenses under the law that we would have to report. So that is, part of this process is, as opposed to being reactive, you get a complaint, and you then go do a search. That could have been, for years, let's look at somebody's electronic information that's on the school system's email. Get a complaint, you look at it. That's been, again, a longstanding practice as a part of a routine search, and, that the board policy and the notice is transparent, that students don't have a expectation of privacy in the school system's networks and the outlook that this is the school system's property, and that if it needs to be searched, it will. Gaggle is a proactive measure in doing that. In either one of those situations, if information is acquired that would create information for a reportable offense, the district will have to report.
So presumably, the training for Gaggle would be a good time to remind people to say, here are the kinds of things, if you see it, this triggers this kind of action, particularly that kind of reporting.
Right, and the hope with Gaggle is that you're catching things early enough in the process that there's not a crime. It could be a threat, and then a specific threat to a specific person, so it could be. But the hope is that it's not a crime. It's preventing things early enough in the process so it never gets there. But yes, if we receive specific information of a crime that's got to be reported, then it will have to be reported.
Well, if I'm understanding, some of the reporting requirements were even to precede crime, or was it just if it's a crime? Monique, I know you were a part of writing that.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking the right questions, and preventative measures are appropriate. I mean, that if it's a threat, that like a specific threat, that's a crime unto itself. But the reporting requirements are triggered by notice of a crime.
Okay.
Thanks.
Right. Thank you. Ms. Cash, Ms. Carter, and Ms. Kushner.
Yeah, I have a quick question. First of all, it's a good thing. It'll be hard to convince me that it's not a good thing. So my question is specifically, since this is my one button that people push, is the cyberbullying. I still don't see how this is. Tell me exactly, Ms. Gaddis, how this helps cyberbullying.
Sure. Ms. Cash, so the misnomer I will tell you is that often people think our kids aren't using our email system because it's for old people. They also think that Google's not being used for the same thing. What I will tell you is one of the things we've learned through this pilot that we learned very quickly was that when students lose their phone at home, they use our resources, and they use them a lot. And so we do see a lot of, in fact, I will tell you that we got 3 notices today from 3 students who were being bullied, who sent notice to staff members. And we were notified through this. So a lot of times those conversations are between students, where somebody is being bullied, or there may be some type of cyber harassment or cyberbully. If it's being done in email or Google of our resources, then it's catching that in there, and we're able to address it as we learn of it.
So to follow-up question, if the sender is sending it from home before they come to school, but the receiver is receiving it once they get to school, which is how our cyberbullying happens often, they've gotten smart enough to send it from home, and then it's opened up in our schools, so it doesn't necessarily break our policy. Does the sender only get picked up, or if they send it from home on their email, it gets picked up by us as the person sending it?
Marla,
We will get it if they're using, and I'm assuming you're meaning a personal account at home, correct? Just to make sure I understand.
Well, I'm not sure what I mean on that.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. So what I will tell you is email, because Gaggle is in the middle of our email flow, what I will tell you is if it hits there as being an issue of bullying or harassment, it does not get delivered to the recipient. And then we're able to address it from that perspective. So email's a little bit different than Google in that Gaggle is in the midst of our work, middle of our mail flow. And if something happens, it actually quarantines that message so that the recipient does not receive it, but we get the notification instead.
And if I could just extend that a little bit, the documents and emails that we were talking about are only when students are using WCPSS Google Drive or WCPSS email, that platform, wherever they are, wherever they're using WCPSS Google Drive from or wherever they're using WCPSS email from. If it goes through those platforms, their WCPSS accounts, then we can flag it and catch it. But if they're using their personal email, if they're using web-based platforms like TikTok or Instagram or those kinds of things, then we don't see that. That's not part of this.
Yeah,
What if
perfect.
it's sent from a private or web-based platform to a Wake County email? Does it catch
will
it
get it.
then?
It will. It's
Okay.
coming into our platform.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
I think Ms. Cash is on to, I think we need parent, and so we're not monitoring private emails. We really need parent support in monitoring, the text, the social media, the private platforms that our students use, because we are monitoring at these schools the Wake County platforms that we have legal control over or access to.
And
No, I
let me make
appreciate
it
you
clear.
raising this because Ms. Cash has raised this issue with us, and it has really hit close to home with many of us. So I appreciate the clarity and that we need partnerships with our community.
Yeah, and let me clarify. Thank you, Superintendent Moore. You perfectly explained that. Our Google and our Outlook are both cloud resources. They're cloud environments, which means it doesn't matter if you're using your personal cell phone to access it, or your personal at-home network, or you're in India, or you're in Asia. It doesn't matter. If it comes through our cloud Google or our cloud Outlook, we will see it, or Gaggle will see it and notify us if it's a concern. But we're not looking, we're not reading every message that comes in. I want to be very clear about that. Nobody's got time for that. But we do use Gaggle in order to help us find anything that may be of concern so that we can get those early warning signs.
I would just add that in a perfect world, as the board and staff reviews this, and Marla and I've had this conversation, it's in a pilot phase right now, but reviews it for the future and for it potentially being more widespread. Like I say, in a perfect world, the district critical staff would have all of the important information about safety issues that impact students and be able to intervene and take appropriate measures to prevent that. But this becomes, again, in that perfect world, lots of resources. And so that as you look at this, the key is going to be when this information comes in, staff then has notice of a potential issue and needs to be in a position to be staffed to respond to it. What you don't want is to have the notice but not have the staffing to be able to respond effectively. And so those would be some, I think, balancing points for the district as you review this.
And we don't have any policies that stop us from supporting this.
You do not.
So we have Ms. Carter and then Ms. Kushner, and it is 5:06, and we have one more presentation after this.
I'll be quick, and I just wanted to thank you for slide 2, the background on it being a state-funded pilot, because I believe that was important to share. And then the second thing I have, I can be followed up with this later because it's not per se with the Gaggle, but it's more, I'm looking at Mr. Coe, he might be the one to answer this, but it's on the safety well visits. Let's say this happens at 2 a.m., and I would just like clarification to ensure it's not just police that are involved, especially when it comes to suicidal, actively suicidal, because I've had a lot of folks concerned about folks being handcuffed. And I'm just trying to, I just want to just throw that out there. I don't need an answer right now, but if I could have that in a follow-up information in a follow-up email or conversation on how that would look, I'd appreciate it.
We will. Thank you.
Thank you.
And my only question was, we're starting with these 8 or 9 schools, and what are the plans for if we have the capacity to add additional schools, and at the timing of it?
Well, I think that's really going to be dependent on funding also. It is through the facilitation of the ESSER dollars that have been passed down for this purpose from the state that we're able to facilitate this. So,
And I appreciate that we're doing it as a pilot, and to Ms. Carter's point, so that we're responding in the proper way. So I appreciate that we're doing this, but that it's also at a pilot level. So thank you.
Ms. Johnson-Hustler.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. You asked all of my questions. And the last one Ms. Carter did, I certainly would say it should be a pilot because for me, this is not the space where parents understand what we're doing, and I think the articulation to parents is paramount, especially what the follow-up looks like, to Ms. Carter's point. So not a conversation for here, but Ms. Reardon's shaking her head because she knows I'm always like, how do we make sure parents understand this? Not just understanding what happens, but also for me, it's the safety of their children and what this means, because we're talking about cases that have to be reported, that mandatory reporters are required, and I never want parents to be surprised by what we're legally bound to do just because we say we're legally bound to do it.
Yes. And the only question I had was in that questionable contact piece, it says the action is an email is sent to emergency contact. I'm assuming that is a parent of the student. How do we ask them to follow up with the school so that we know that something's going on, if it's harassment or bullying at some level, or how do we stay engaged, or how do we ask parents to engage with the school so that we can partner?
Great clarification. It is not the parent. It is the response team at the school level.
Okay.
So the school is actually the emergency contact at the school, and they follow up. And if it needs to be followed up with parents or others, that is managed at the school level.
Okay. And you had previously talked about how you reach out and engage with parents, so I appreciate that
Absolutely.
priority on that. Anything else from folks?
Well, I will just note, to Ms. Carter's point, you had in one of your slides that law enforcement will be, it says law enforcement will be contacted. I don't remember what your exact language was because I don't have that pulled up right now, but it was if necessary, but it was not clearly not a first responder. It needs to be solved internally first. So I think that's the intent, and that's where I was really pleased with the restorative aspect of this. But there are times where we mandatorily have to contact law enforcement, but they should not be the first one to be contacted.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gaddis. We appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today, and we hope you are back in action soon. We're moving on to our student engagement team grant with Mr. Coe, not yet Doctor, and Dr. Pettiford. We heard a little bit about this during our joint meeting, and so now we're going to hear from the school side on what our folks are engaged in at the school level. So welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Mahaffey, Superintendent Moore, and members of the board. We're bringing to you, as Ms. Mahaffey noted, an update about our student engagement team grant. And this is a collaborative effort between Alliance Health, Wake County Cooperative Extension, and Wake County Public School System. And co-presenting with me today is Dr. Marius Pettiford, next to me, Senior Director of Counseling and Student Services. And we're joined by our community partners behind us, Catherine Lilly, our school-based crisis team supervisor from Alliance Health, and Catherine Williams, Cooperative Extension Director. And we're again going to share with you a high-level overview of the $2.3 million-ish student engagement team grant. And for today's presentation, we wanted to provide you with our rationale for the student engagement team grant, provide an overview of the student engagement team grant as a program, and share our next steps, and then respond to questions and receive your feedback as a board for this work. And though you've seen this slide many times, we felt it's important to provide a friendly reminder about our framework about behavioral health, how it incorporates the lens of social emotional learning, behavior, and mental health. And this is our work, and our work with this grant will use this lens of behavioral health. And in our work during the COVID-19 pandemic, our efforts in meeting the food security needs for our students and families moved us to see how much food security is a window into additional needs some of our students and families may have that we need to work as a community to meet. And in case I didn't say it enough, it was the work of our CNS team, transportation team, and our community partners to meet the food security needs that opened up our lens to the additional needs that prompted our organizations to come together in the student engagement team pilot. And we know that individuals who are not getting their basic needs met have barriers to school and life success. And one of the frameworks we've used during the pandemic as a district is Maslow's hierarchy. And using this framework as a way to guide our student engagement team pilot work, we wanted to share with you the categories and some of the pieces of data that will supplement what we are looking at to support our students and families. And just as a note, the categories here mirror the work that we've done since the pandemic with our behavioral health needs assessment. So there's an intertwining of two pieces of work that we're doing as a district. And so under physiological, we have food security as a metric. And under safety, we have housing transition, CPS referrals, suicide and threat assessments, and self-injury reports. And under love and belonging, we have chronic absenteeism, WCPSS student survey results, teacher working conditions survey, and WCPSS teacher survey. And under esteem needs, we have major minor behavior incidents, suspensions, behavior intervention plans, and functional behavior assessments as ways we can measure these 4 categories. And the framing of the behavioral health needs assessment provides us a way to monitor how we are doing to support the behavioral health of our students and families in our work through this student engagement team pilot. And so with the framing of Maslow's hierarchy, we wanted to provide you a quick timeline of how this work evolved. And so prior to the pandemic, WCPSS and Wake County supported food security efforts through our pantries, universal breakfast, and our summer food service program. And these are all still in place. However, when the pandemic required us to close schools temporarily starting March of 2020, WCPSS and Wake County Cooperative Extension staff worked together to support the food and nutrition needs we were seeing in the county. And this work evolved into supporting basic needs for our families in addition to our food needs. And then as we returned to in-person, there was a reduction to the food pickup and drop-off sites, and though many continued through the efforts of our CNS and transportation teams along with our community partners, but this change in context refocused our efforts on the basic needs of our students and families. And with Alliance Health coming on board with our work, we evolved this work to become the student engagement team pilot. That is an intentional and holistic student and family engagement model built on a tiered and family-centered system of care to support structure that recognizes the role of the school, community, and family in a young person's engagement in school. So with that, I'll pass it now to Dr. Pettiford, who will share with you more details related to our student engagement team grant.
Good evening. We could go to the next slide. Okay, great. So the student engagement teams will actually strengthen our system of care model by bringing together different promising models. You know, we've got the behavioral health component, the human capital development, family engagement, and also academic supports and re-engagement. This model is actually set up so that we have student engagement teams at 4 schools that will pilot the program. Staff will work with WCPSS staff, also Alliance and Cooperative Extension as our community partners. And we're going to engage or re-engage 25 students at each school and their families to connect them to supports in the community. Part of that came out of the learning that we had from the pandemic about the initial concern being some food security issues, but then finding out there were other things that families were dealing with, like the potential loss of home or families losing employment. So this model is set up so that we can provide wraparound services. We could go to the next slide. So I want to outline a little bit for you what each agency is going to be providing. So with Alliance, this is going to be our mental health connection. And you'll see that families will be supported by 2 positions that they will have. And it's going to support our behavioral health system and address barriers to mental health services. We also are looking at community resources from a social determinants of health focus. Child and family team meetings and care reviews are going to be an integral part of this system. So there will be some training around that. Also crisis support as needed. In addition, Alliance will provide the training for the system of care and also for the child and family team meetings. And the child and family team meeting is really a model that's driven by the parent. So it's a little different from some other models that we have been accustomed to. They determine as a parent who's going to be a part of the meeting, who are the key stakeholders to be at that meeting, and the family is an integral part in designing what the outcomes are going to be for their own child. Next slide. Another component of this is the work with Cooperative Extension, and they will provide 4 life coaches, and these will be individuals that will coach the families in how to address these particular resources, but also with the lens of getting people to a place of empowerment. We want families to get to a place where they don't need the services anymore. And so that's going to be the job of the life coach, to walk alongside the family and help them address the barriers that are in place, and then to be able to get them in a position where they don't need those services. And our component of it, in addition to what the schools are already doing to support families, we will provide a program manager for the program and a data analyst who will help us with reviewing the data from this pilot to see how effective it is and what other areas we might need to address. The program manager we wanted to put in place to make sure that there was a liaison between the school and the family that would walk alongside with the principal and the student services teams at those schools, and not putting extra burden on our staff that already are dealing with a lot. Next slide. And so our next steps in our work, and I'm getting like you, Ms. Mahaffey, my glasses aren't working, so I'm going to depend on my notes here. So we've already done the process of onboarding with our area soups, and also engaging our 4 principals. Right now, we're waiting for the finalization of the MOU. Once we have the finalization of the MOU, then we're able to draw down the funds that we need to be able to post in higher positions. And then we will start with our staff training and planning, and we have a projected date of July 1 to get started. We know all of this is ambitious, but we've got a solid team that's been meeting since the fall. We feel like, once all those pieces come into place, we can actually move forward and get something going. So we are still targeting the July 1st timeline, but we also are flexible enough that if we need to push it out, we can do that.
So thank you, Dr. Pettiford. So we'll pause here now for any questions and dialogue. And just as a reminder, if you have any questions for both Catherines behind us, they're here to answer any questions as well. And so we'll see what feedback you have for us.
All right, we'll start with this side of the table, I guess. Ms. Carter.
I just want to thank you for bringing this to us, and I'm very pleased to see this beginning, and I think it's very important and could really, especially during these times, and I just feel like, just thank you. I want to start there. The other thing, do we know when we'll be made aware of the 4 schools and how soon that will be determined? Do we know that now?
I can tell you that now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. All right. Thank you. There we go.
So it's Vance Elementary, Walnut Creek Elementary, Durant Road Middle School, and North Garner Elementary School. North Garner Middle School, sorry.
Ms. Cash?
So this is a grant, right? So we, from the Wake County school system side, we would be, is it just 1 position or 1 per school?
So we're getting 2 positions from the Wake County side to cover. That's going to be the program manager and the data analyst position.
So, and we're impacting approximately 100 students. So we'll have 2 positions from Wake County schools that impact 100 students.
Along with their student services team, and then also the 4 life coaches from Cooperative Extension and the 2 positions from Alliance.
There's
So
a
it's a
total
team
of 8 people
Yeah.
in the grant.
Okay, so
1 4 of them, there will be 1 at each of the 4 schools, is that correct? And then 2 at Central Services and 2 through Cooperative Extension that will help manage the program.
Ms. Moore, just, it would be 2 at Alliance.
At Alliance,
And then 2 for WCPSS.
Oh, sorry.
And 4 at each school from Wake County Cooperative Extension.
Thank you.
So what I want to measure is, so 8 positions to impact approximately 100 students, 25 per school.
I went there too.
Okay, so I
But
want to,
isn't it 25 families per school? I mean, yes, it's a student, but aren't we talking about families, not just students?
we're
'Cause I
talking
think
about
that's-
wraparound services, but
Right,
it's
which-
still
which-
100 Wake County Public School kids.
I understand that, but it's families, which is bigger than
Yeah.
individual kids,
Let
which
me let-
particularly if you're going cost analysis, we got to think about.
Let me let Catherine, or either that, or, because she seems like she's dying to say something over there. Come on up to the table.
Sorry, no, I just wanted to, and thank you all so much. I know I got this question when I had the opportunity to talk with all of you all, and my response was more like 800 students. And the reason for that is that while we only have resources for the full coaching model for 100 students, approximately 25 at each school, we do expect to have measurable impact on more like 200 students at each school. And the reason is that the model also will allow us to do more than just the coaching. So we hope to be able to bring and leverage other resources to support that school's team, as we've discussed. And we also believe that we can engage many more young people and provide additional resources and partnerships to support the school's goals for them. So we are going to try to measure that as well, Ms. Cash, and not just be just the 25 that get the full family coaching engagement. And that's what we told our county commissioners as well.
And if I may also add, something that we find sometimes is that when we're, to Dr. Martin's point, that when we're working with a family that might specifically be at one school, there might be siblings that are also at other schools, or they're younger siblings that are not yet in our school system. So those are people we will support through this initiative. That's not just about one student, but it is about the entire family. That would also increase our impact in terms of numbers of people we are impacting through this grant.
So I would like to follow up. I definitely think if, no matter how many people we involve in this, that there should be a real collection of impact by dollar, whether it be the wraparound with the families, or whether it be just our students. I think we need to know the number of people that we impact with these dollars, if, in fact, we wanted to move forward to do further work with it.
And to your point, I just want to say, Ms. Cash, that was really the reason why we wanted the data analyst, because we needed somebody who was going to be able to follow all of the data and also the work of our student services teams that are already in place to be able to quantify all of that. Because what we anticipate is that we will learn some things out of this pilot that we might want to continue, whether it is with our own staff or with additional support from the community or other grant dollars or something like that.
And just as a reminder, this isn't just a one-year pilot, but this is going through the 24-25 school year. So we're hoping to see a little bit more of longitudinal data about what the impact will look like.
Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much for bringing this program, and thank you to everyone who's been working to provide this. I didn't really speak at the county commissioner meeting, but I am, as my colleagues who've been working many years and serving, making sure that our families are served, I greatly appreciate this. I've seen the need firsthand as well, and I'm so thankful for this. I remark somewhat regularly that while, of course, we do sometimes fall short of meeting the needs and reaching all of the folks who need assistance, Wake County is an incredible place in the way that we try so hard to take care of our residents and to take care of each other. And we don't, you don't see that everywhere, unfortunately. So I wanted to extend my gratitude, and also I'm thankful to see the data analyst as part of this. I look forward to seeing how what is being measured and how that's being collected to provide that sort of accountability that our stakeholders are looking for, even though this is grant funded. If this continues to move forward, as I think Ms. Cash was raising some of the concerns about the investment from the school system as well, that will directly impact taxpayers. We want to make sure that we have the information to show the effectiveness of the program, and then, of course, be able to tweak it as needed here and there. But I just wanted to say that as fast as I could. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. Appreciate this work and the team that has come together to make this happen. That concludes our work session. We'll take a short break and come back for our regular meeting. Thank you.
There's a power thing that needs to go in too, apparently.
To observe as the Board of Education conducts its official business, I want to take a moment to highlight Board Policy 2310, which states persons who willfully interrupt, disrupt, or cause disturbances at an official meeting may be directed to leave by the presiding officer. Members of the audience should show respect for any speaker by refraining from loud comments or other disruptions. Disruptions by any person or persons of a public meeting will be subject to action in accordance with General Statute 143-318.11. We have a quorum, and we will now please join in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you all very much. Before we begin today, we had an unexpected loss in our Wake County community, specifically our Millbrook High School community, and that is the unexpected loss of Principal Dana King, who passed over the weekend. If you will all join me in a moment of silence. Thank you all very much. And we'll begin with Superintendent Moore's comments.
So many of us remain shocked and deeply saddened by the sudden passing of our longtime colleague and friend, Dana King. With her sense of humor and fierce advocacy for her colleagues and students, Dana has made a lasting impact on thousands of people since she joined our district as an English teacher at Sanderson High School in 1986. She served as principal at East Millbrook for 4 years before beginning her tenure at Millbrook in 2003. Her students and staff just last week paid a heartfelt tribute to her as she prepared to retire later this month. Dana had the unique ability to make a large magnet high school feel small and personal. She cared for one student at a time, often pulling students into her office who needed a listening ear, then helping them formulate a plan for success. She also had the ability to put a smile on anyone's face, regardless of the circumstances. She was well known for bringing levity and, in turn, some perspective to the most challenging of situations. Our hearts are with the Millbrook community and with Dana's family, her husband Rick, her daughters Katie and Jenny, and her 3 grandchildren as they grieve this tragic loss. Know that her memory and legacy will live on in all the lives she touched during her 42 years as an educator. Congratulations are in order to the 6 school athletic directors and 1 athletic trainer who received awards yesterday from the North Carolina Athletic Directors Association. Colin Fegley, the athletic director at Green Level High, was named the state's athletic director of the year. He has served as an athletic director in our district for 8 years, starting at Green Hope High before being named Green Level's first athletic director when the school opened in 2019. Eric Hall, the head athletic trainer at Cary High, was named the state athletic trainer of the year. Mr. Hall graduated from Cary High in 1993 and returned to his alma mater in 2006 after 6 years as the head trainer at Southeast Raleigh High. Jeff Dunbar, athletic trainer at Garner High, and Mike Joyner, the recently retired athletic director at Wake Forest High, each received a Brave Heart Award for continuing to perform their duties amid personal hardship. Mr. Dunbar continued to serve the Garner community while spending countless hours with his family in the hospital as his son battled an illness. And Mr. Joyner rarely missed work even as he underwent chemotherapy treatments for non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Finally, Crystal Massenberg of South Garner High, Travis Cease of Athens Drive High, and Jason Adams of Pine Hollow Middle each were recognized as Athletic Directors of Excellence for significant contributions in the field of athletics within their state, region, and nation. It is well documented that the benefits of student athletic participation extend well beyond the playing field. These awards are a reminder that the state of athletics in Wake County is strong, thanks in large part to dedicated leadership. Next, I would like to congratulate Apex Friendship Principal Matt White for receiving the Ralph Kimmel Award last week from the North Carolina Principals and Assistant Principals Association. The award is given annually to a retired educator who has made a lasting contribution to the profession and the association. While Mr. White has not yet retired, he has announced his retirement and plans to step down at the end of the school year. Mr. White has 39 years as an educator, 23 of those in Wake County. He served as principal of East Cary Middle, Salem Middle, and Apex High before becoming Apex Friendship's first principal when that school opened in 2015. He was named WCPSS Principal of the Year in 2008. And Mr. White's leadership and dedication extends beyond his principal duties. He has served as president of the State Principal and Assistant Principals Association in 2014-15 and continues to serve on that organization's board. Thank you, Mr. White, for your many years of effective leadership in our district, across the state, and congratulations on this well-deserved recognition. Finally, this is Assistant Principal Appreciation Week, and I want to join our students, parents, and staff members in expressing my gratitude for the countless ways assistant principals keep our schools running smoothly. As a former assistant principal, I know that it is a challenge to juggle the many responsibilities that come with the job. Assistant principals have a hand in nearly every aspect of campus operations, whether it's facilitating transportation, looking at other student services, supporting classroom instruction, other duties as assigned. Often that work happens behind the scenes, so it is fitting to take this time to let our assistant principals know how invaluable they are to the success of our students. I hope that we will all take the time to thank an AP this week. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Superintendent Moore. On May 25th, members of the Apex High School community, past and present, gathered together along with the sisters and cousins of Kevin Todd to commemorate him and name the field in his honor. Coach Todd had many people who came to see him, to see this honor bestowed for him in his honor. Past principals, assistant principals, no matter how short their time at Apex High was, past athletic directors, coaches from other schools, and one of his first players who was on his team when he coached at North Garter Middle School. In addition to naming of the field, there's also a rock with a beautiful plaque inside to memorialize Coach Todd and what he meant to the community. I'd like to congratulate the Spice Girls of Apex High School for winning the North Carolina Junior Chef Competition. Always fun to see what our CTE kids can do. And speaking of that, Student Hands-On Experience Day, or SHED, and I know Dr. Martin will talk on this as well, puts our students in with members of the business community for construction. Holly Springs High School and Heritage High School were named some of the winners. We had Cary High, Leesville High, and other schools participating. Alumni had come back to help coach teams, and the most incredible thing was the job board, where 12 students by the end of the 3 days, walked off of that site with a job for when they graduate high school. And that concludes my comments. Vice Chair Haggerty is away at a conference, so we will start with Ms. Kushner.
Thank you, Chair Mahaffey, and it certainly has been, last week was so inspiring to be with Ms. King and her family and her community. And I'm sorry, Ms. Cash, for the loss of your dear friend, and to all of us, to our principal community, for the loss of their colleague. It was a day of celebration, and it should have continued for so long. So my heart just goes out to everyone in the King family. And then Wednesday, I was with Mr. Hegarty and Superintendent Moore at Green Hope High School, where we had another emotional day of reweaving our community. It was such a magnificent day honoring Captain Brian Smith and Mr. Eric Hall, who at a cheer conference in February saved the life of a man who had collapsed. Robert Gresham Sr. was visiting from Charlotte and was watching his granddaughter in a cheer tournament and collapsed. And his son gave the emotional description of these two men, Captain Brian Smith and our Cary High athletic director, athletic trainer Eric Hall, coming to his aid. And I appreciate the Green Hope community and the Cary High community coming forward to celebrate those two men. And it felt like a moment of truly reweaving our communities together after this such long time of being broken apart. I needed that. I will see for myself. I needed that moment to feel things were coming together, and the need for us coming together in school communities. And Ms. King's celebration was that too. And so we need our school communities to be elevated for what they are. Ms. Carter has spoken about this with her loss this last year. We've had so much loss that we need to take on. I told Ms. Cash we need to take on Ms. King's legacy and live her legacy every day, remembering her. That's what we need to do. So I'll charge us all with that. Ms. Carter also has inspired me about musicals. I was at Martin for Shrek Jr., which was great fun to watch all these kids in their green paint and wonderful storytell costumes. It was so I encourage everyone to check out a musical. I think Enlo's doing Pippin and Broughton is doing Chicago, so lots of great talent in Wake County schools. Also, thanks to the Office of Equity Affairs for hosting the Young Women's Summit this last weekend. Some wonderful conversations Ms. Johnson-Hostler and I had with these brilliant young women who are ready to take on the world, and also to Dr. Rangel for being part of the Hispanic Professionals Education Summit, which brought together students from not only Wake County, from across the state, to encourage excellence in education. We also celebrate our National Board Certified Teachers. What a wonderful event, because we lead the nation in this gold standard of teaching. We have the best teachers in the entire country, and Wake County, I appreciate the staff and schools supporting those wonderful teachers as they spread their brilliance and work hard during a pandemic to renew or get board certified. And also Carroll Middle Schools welcome their new principal, Ms. Zarzecki, with a true leadership night where students were doing student-led conferences and leading their families and their parents through the school. And again, it was a celebration of being back in that school community. So it's been a wonderful, emotional 2 weeks. Thank you, Ms. Mahaffey.
Thank you, Ms. Kushner. Dr. Martin.
Thank you. Echo a lot of those congratulations. I, too, want to start with remembering Dana King. I don't remember exactly when I first met her, but she was one of the first principals I met who was not a principal at one of my children's schools. We were, I believe it was working on some equity committees that I was working on before I became a board member, and that was Dana. And I have a hard, I'm not likely to call her Principal King or Miss King, because she was that person. And she cared about every child, not just every child of her school, but of this district. She firmly believed in the magnet program and wanted to see that succeed. She touched thousands of lives. I'm very sorry that I was not able to go to her retirement reception, and now she's not with us. But may her legacy live on. As Ms. Kushner noted, that's a charge to all of us. As you noted, Ms. Chairman Mahaffey, 2 weeks ago, I was in a more normal element for me. I was leaving my normal element and going to our joint meeting with the commissioners. We had a good meeting with our commissioners, great to continue those partnerships, but I spent the day with folks at the shed competition Just huge congratulations to Kevin Kimberly, the CTE, the construction teacher at Cary High School, who had this idea, I don't remember how many years ago, of initiating this competition where students would build sheds. The sheds get auctioned off. It's a competition. You start with a pile of lumber, and at the end of the competition, there are sheds that can be sold, and they're really high-quality work. I've interacted with it as long as I can. Real super hats off to the Holly Springs team, who, one of their two teams, they initiated two teams, but they had the first, as far as I know, it's the first all-women's team. And had a great chance to talk with some of the young women. One in particular stuck out because she was interested in going on toward a medical career, likely into surgery. And of course, you all know that I'm going to champion that like crazy because the skills you learn building with your hands are so related to science and frankly to medicine. We are constructions, and to see the combination of that kind of CTE hands-on experience with very high-level academic performance was fantastic, and particular hats off to the all-women's team. When I participate, I always ask Mr. Kimberly to, put me where needed. And I got to work with a group who, frankly, had very little experience coming into the competition. Helped keep that gang, in the running day one. And it was really fascinating and just such a reminder of the importance of this kind of hands-on learning, because here were kids who at the beginning of the day were still awkward with the tools, with measurements, with how you lay stuff out. And I'll tell you what, by the end of the day, in just one day, the level of improvement was so obvious. It is so different to see active hands-on learning than just sitting there talking about it in a classroom. So hats off to everybody involved in that process. It's such a great thing. We now have a couple other competitions going on. The next one coming up is going to be with electrical wiring. So again, a number of these things are happening. We've had them in the past for architectural design. So the business community gets to actually see the product of our CTE kids, and many of them get jobs. So keep it up. Great work. I do have a BAC meeting for District 5 coming up this Thursday evening, 6:30 at Dillard Drive Middle School. We'll be doing some of the work, getting community input on the strategic plan. I want to give us the brief update on where we are in terms of COVID data. Data reporting in the school system has changed, so it's a little bit difficult to sort of give numbers that are meaningfully comparative. But our Wake County numbers are currently at 52 cases in a week per 100,000 population. That is up from the low of about 2 weeks ago when we got down to the low of about 42 cases per 100,000 population. So the cases are slightly rising again. It's not clear whether this is the really uptick before BA2 or whether this is a bump on the way down. But care needs to be taken. Those numbers are based on comparing our Wake County Schools numbers with the county numbers. I would have to estimate the numbers are probably, the formal reported numbers are probably 30 to 50% low based on the amount of home testing that is done. From the statewide data, if we look at the disaggregated numbers, for the first time in quite a long time, really almost in a year, the school-age population is now dipping below the rest of the county population. The 5 to 9-year-olds are at 40 cases per 100,000. These are weekly cases. The 10 to 14-year-olds are at 29 per 100,000 population. The 15 to 17-year-olds are about 40 cases per 100,000. Those are also, however, on the verge of turning up. Right now, the highest cases, the highest infection rate in Wake County are the 24 to 49-year-olds, which are up 8% from last week. That's with reported cases. That number is actually will be significantly higher because each week's reporting is a little bit low. So the 24 to 49-year-olds are up to 62 cases per 100,000 population. So things are trending, unfortunately, not in the right direction right now. Finally, in the last week or two, we've been hearing a lot of new talk about the state's consideration of a new way to pay teachers and educators in general. And sadly, with that conversation, the old trope gets marched out of this myth that educators are afraid of change. The folks from Best NC, cited in the paper, educators are just afraid of change. And I'll tell you what, to march that trope out again now is embarrassing. Teachers and educators in the last couple of years have changed like crazy, met needs throughout a pandemic in ways that nobody thought possible before. None of us knew what to do before. And as it was some committee meeting, somebody noted, and I lived that experience as well. Some of us in education hear people talking about, all the binging on Netflix or whatever during the pandemic. I can tell you not a single educator was sitting there binging on anything because our work went up. Working hybrid, working remote, the new forms of instruction. You know what? We dealt with change. Did we solve every problem? No. Did we keep it from being a whole lot worse? You bet. Educators are not afraid of change. When they talk about the afraid of change in this new education or funding profile for educators, they again are marching out the tropes of how testing and assessment and accountability metrics are what we need, and we need to pay people based on these accountability metrics. Well, let me tell you, folks, if standardized testing and accountability metrics would magically improve teaching, we would have world-class education everywhere in this country. But you know what? Ever since No Child Left Behind, we discovered that standardized testing and those kind of spreadsheet accountability measures, while they may have some place, they really do not tell us about quality education. And they're not going to just reform things. So I think I know who is actually afraid of change. I think it's those policymakers. And many of these alleged business reformers are afraid of change. Change that will actually work is to trust and pay educators as the professionals that they are. You know what? It worked in Finland. Finland had some of the same challenges that we have. And they looked at the situation and they said, what do we need to do? They said, we need to actually treat our educators like professionals, pay them like professionals. And you know what happened? Finland went and became the top in the world in terms of education. So whenever you hear this trope of educators are afraid of change, hogwash. The folks afraid of change are those who are trying to keep this crazy mythology going on that somehow we can do it cheaper, somehow we can do it with standardized testings, somehow teachers are afraid of being accountable. Hogwash. Let's lose our fear to recognize, treat, and pay educators as the professionals that they are. Thank you.
Ms. Scott.
Thank you. I want to start by echoing the sentiments of my colleagues and just express my prayers to everyone who knew and loved Dana King. Such a tragic loss, but my goodness, her legacy is just an infinite wake of positive, of the ways to use your voice, your strength, and your knowledge and education. I just think of the number of people she served, and I was actually speaking with someone and talked about something that Dana King had done. I mean, just a few weeks ago, I said, Dana King did, and so she will always and forever, her legacy will absolutely live on. As Ms. Kushner and Dr. Martin and Chair Mahaffey have pointed out, it's been a very busy time, but full of a lot of joy. So in these moments of loss, there certainly has been so much to celebrate as well. I appreciated the opportunity to go to East Wake High School, where they had a presentation about the many challenges at their school, but the many positive things at their school. And I was thankful that Douglas Condon as well from our maintenance and operations was able to attend. it was also a really great opportunity because they had both a teacher panel and a student panel. And while as board members we have lots of opportunities to meet teachers and see them in various capacities, it isn't that often, at least for me, that I've had like a panel, like a question and answer type opportunity with teachers or students especially. And those are the voices that we really need to hear from. We hear from parents, and that's absolutely important. But I think it's also the opportunities to have to talk to people who are inside those buildings every day is a positive one. And I hope, I've mentioned this before, I'm going to put a plug for that again, but maybe we can find a way to incorporate student voice into our board advisory councils or have some sort of input that we can hear from on a regular basis. The Window Elementary Science Fair returned. They actually had not had their science fair for a few years, even prior to COVID, so it was great to see that come back and to see the students, the projects, amazing projects. We have such talented kiddos and talented teachers and dedicated parents who helped put on this great event. So it was, I appreciate and thank them again for the opportunity to judge the projects and congratulate those winners. And speaking of things that had not happened for a while, as you probably are all aware, we had MPA. So the musical performance assessment for groups, our choirs, orchestras, and bands have been participating in these, where they are, if you're not familiar, if you were in band 1,000 years ago like I was, it's contest. So they go and perform in front of judges who provide feedback and then give them ratings. And I wanted to just extend to our music directors who maybe you didn't get to go back this year because your numbers did drop, or it is hard to do that again, to return to participating in these types of events, because it is not an easy task to plan, to prepare your students, and especially if you've lost instrumentation. I was thinking about our future farmers, all of these sort of co-curricular groups that go out and participate in different activities, and it's been difficult to get that going again. But what I want to say to those teachers and leaders is that maybe MPA didn't happen this year, but the experience that your students have in your classroom each and every day is what they'll take with them. And that's what you have been doing, and that has never been lost with your students. Whether they are in school or not, the connections they make in your classroom, virtual classroom, but especially in person, is something that they'll take with them. So hang in there, and you'll get back to those contests very soon, because I think children are just going to keep, they're going to keep wanting to participate in these types of activities that truly, as Ms. Kushner said, bring us together. Thank you.
Ms. Waters.
Thank you, Chair Mahaffey. I also would like to join in offering prayers and support to the King family, the Millbrook community, and all those who loved and knew her. As a Millbrook graduate and having gone back later in life to Millbrook, the loss is very personal, I think, to everyone here, so lots of prayers. In the 3 weeks since I have been on the board, it has been quite a journey, and I'm very grateful. Having been a student, an employee, a parent in the district, and now a board member, it is really amazing to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into keeping the district operating and our students receiving the great education that they do. So thank you to all of my colleagues and all of the staff who have done such a great job with the onboarding and explaining and answering many questions that I've had. So that's been wonderful. And in my first 24 hours on the board, I had the wonderful opportunity, thanks to Ms. Johnson-Hostler, to visit my first school, which was Mary Phillips, a school that I was only familiar with in name. And so actually going there was what a beautiful experience. And I think this is a school that is very unsung. The energy there was so positive and so encouraging. And they were hosting a lunch and learn through the North Carolina Transit Workers Association, exposing the students to different career options. And the students were so engaged, asked wonderful questions, and just were so attentive. I was thinking, I wish I had been at that point, at that age in my own life, but to see them was wonderful. So Mary Phillips is just an amazing school, and if you've not experienced the environment there, it's a very special place. And also over Ms. Kushner, I had a chance to step over into Carroll, where I have a student, and so the student-led conferences were really amazing. And the special thing about Carroll, and every school is very special, the special thing about Carroll for me is just how positive the environment is. I think they've used every inch, every wall, every staircase to be a place for encouragement and affirmation, so that our students feel good about themselves and feel good about being in the environment. So it was a great opportunity to meet teachers and to be able to thank them in person for all the work that they've done. And being back in the building was really great to connect with my sixth grader and to see his world and actually be there. So very glad to have our new principal at Carroll. And then had a meeting at the Southeast Raleigh YMCA, which, as you know, is connected to Southeast Raleigh Elementary. And so I was like, I can't be this close and not actually go to the school. And so our meeting host made opportunity for me to go over. And as we celebrate all the workers in our district, I would like to say our frontline staff, our receptionists, they do a great job. So Miss Data, who is over at Southeast, who sits in a very open glass-in space, wonderful smile and so welcoming. So I really enjoyed going over and meeting Miss Finner in an impromptu meeting. They were so kind and so sweet. And so I didn't get a chance to tour the school, but to see all the young learners walking around was really, really special to me. And on Sunday, went to Enloe, and wow, Enloe is doing amazing things. It was really just the perfect blending of so many families, so many students with so many interests. I met football players, I met students in band, I met students in the performing arts, and so many students coming in as incoming freshmen. It was just lovely to be able to see a school that represents our community and has a place for everyone. And so Principal Jordan does a great job, and the students really had such a strong impact on me at that event, because they really took charge and were very able to answer questions and guide me along. Even one of their lead marshals, she pulled me over and said, "Come on, you're going on this tour with me." And so I appreciated that confidence again, seeing how our students are demonstrating those leadership skills and being able to be the voice of our future is really great. And then also joining in some of the work with the community equity leadership team. So it's been a great 3 weeks, and I'm looking forward to lots more to come. So thank you.
Ms. Carter.
Thank you, and I too share condolences about Dana King to all those who knew her, anyone that was touched by her. Maybe she didn't even realize it. And I just want to send the condolences to everyone there. Yesterday was a school librarian day, so I did want to mention that. And thank all of our librarians, because this month is also School Library Month, which is a very important part of our schools, but also our the other side, the public libraries outside of our schools, very important in our communities. Another awareness month that touches me personally a lot is Parkinson's disease awareness month. And I just want to take a moment, please indulge me a little bit, because I do know that, folks who work for our school system or families who have students in our system have been touched in some shape or fashion, whether you yourself have Parkinson's disease or you have a family member or friend. My dad had Parkinson's, and my mother has Parkinson's disease. And I just want to say to anyone who's listening, there is lots of hope. There's lots of resources out there. It is a very challenging disease, but there are lots of resources in our community. I know our family, the UNC Parkinson's Center for Excellence was very helpful to us, but the Parkinson's Foundation provides free support and lots and lots of information. So just reach out and do not give up is what I'll walk away with that for. But switching gears a little bit, I want to thank all the APs. I know that's been touched on already, but just knowing how much of an impact they can have not only on our students, our families, but staff, because I know when I worked in the school system, APs were often there and the ones needed not only in great times of celebration, but also when we needed support, perhaps. So I just wanted to thank all of them for all they do. I did have the opportunity to attend another United Artists in Schools event, and this one was at Adams Elementary. The number drummer, I think I'm saying that right. I'm probably messing my M and B's. But it was just fantastic the way he merged math and how it connects to music, and how, guys, you don't need to have an instrument in your home. You can still be playing music, bringing in multiplication, fractions, and seeing the students just really going at it with drumsticks, and my personal favorite is cowbells. And the trash can lids, and it was just a great event, and just very important to continue all of those, and there's so many. I have another one coming up, I think, later this month. I think it's Roger Day, which I remember for quite some time. I think have some of his songs still memorized from my children when he was around. So also enjoyed the shed of it as well. The day I went, it was raining, and I was like, of course, but it was actually really helped in their work experience, because when you're working outside, the job goes on, unless, of course, there's tornado or thunder, lightning. But, if it's raining, they have to continue, and those students were continuing. They were walking through that mud. They were hauling the shingles up. They were, and it was a great event. Got to talk to the OSHA, I called him the OSHA guy, because he kind of got upset because I had the Navy Junior ROTC on, and he was not a Navy man. But we worked that out. But it was just great to see how he told me a lot of history and how long he's been involved, and just a huge amount of community support. And the jobs were wonderful, because I just think, every student has a little bit different path, and anything we can do to encourage those different paths and help them on whatever their journey is a wonderful thing. And congratulations, too, about the new and renewed nationally board certified teachers. That, too, was a great event, especially considering everything else that's been going on, to be able to work through that process, finish that, and congratulations to all those teachers. And right after that event, I was lucky enough to attend my first lacrosse game. Never been to one of those. I did that because there was one going on. I was kind of shocked because it had been the weather and a lot of things postponed, but the women's lacrosse at Cary High was still going on, so I was able to catch that. And, of course, a musical. I love the musicals. And I went Friday, which was appropriate because it was Freaky Friday at Green Hope High School, and it was just another magnificent event. The cast, the crew, the orchestra pit, the director team, and I have to say, it was not only the singing and the music, but there were some serious jump rope skills, I'll just leave it there, that occurred. But it was just, again, I love it. I have another one. I think it's East Cary Middle School is coming up later this month, and it's Shrek Junior, I believe, as well. But looking forward to that. And last week was the District 9 BAC meeting. And I want to thank Ms. Gaddis for always helping, because we are doing virtual the rest of this school year. And she helped with all of that. And Mr. Huffstetler and his team for helping ensure the materials, the presentation was translated, and having an interpreter on the call. I really appreciate all of that help. And Mr. Nieder and Dr. Matillo, who are over there, I want to thank you all for coming. They did a great presentation on all of our staff challenges, our vacancies, the different steps that have been taken with compensation, bonuses, and also the wide variety of recruiting processes that are going on and ongoing. And even we're able to celebrate some early, I think I'm going to say this right, early contracts. Is that how? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Matillo, that have been signed. So it was great to hear. And the next BAC meeting for District 9 is on April 27th at 6 p.m., and again, will be virtual, and this will be the strategic plan input. So I encourage folks to sign up and please come, because we really want to hear from as many folks as possible and many voices. So thank you.
Ms. Cash.
So Dana King was probably one of my closest friends. So I probably emotionally won't say a lot tonight, but I can say that I think most of Millbrook will say that about Dana King being a really close friend, because Millbrook High School is a community, and you know as well as anybody. I did walks around Millbrook yesterday, and we coaches and I spent a lot of time around the gymnasium and the hallways. And, I stood in front of her room for a while, and I don't think I've seen her room without a light in it before. But we did talk about the trouble we would get into. We did talk about Kathy Moore and how fun it was to break the rules. But she would always say to me, I'll tell Kathy, she'll be fine. And should I tell her before we do it or after? And I'd say I'd leave that up to you, Dana, because you know Kathy better than anybody, and Kathy knew her well. I don't think we would always tell our area superintendents what we were doing, because it was easier just to let that go. But I remember the first time I met Dana King. It was when she was made the East Millbrook principal, and I was still I was on the Board of Education in the 90s, and somebody called me, and it was getting dark out, and I said, East Millbrook is burning down. And I said, okay. So I went over there, and Dana King was there, and it was kind of dark, and her building was burning down. She hadn't been a principal very long, and here comes this lady out of the flames, kind of walking out towards me, and I said, she must be a superhero. And that's the first time I met Dana King, and well, she is a superhero. So I'm going to think more about the things that that I can talk about later. I am so happy that we had a retirement thing on earlier this week. Ms. Moore, you did a beautiful job of telling all the things that you two had done together for years and years and years. And the area superintendent, Seth Hatter, told a little bit of her life, a little bit at a time, and covered all the things that she had done in her career. It was a story well told. Her staff was there, her 2 daughters and their families and little grandkids running around, and her husband, Rick, all looking forward to the next chapter of their life. And she was too. She was excited. All of our principals have been through a lot in the last couple years, and they've persevered and been exhausted, but always smiling. So I don't think that anybody will drive by Millbrook High School ever and not see Dana King standing somewhere as they remembered her on the property. And there's a beautiful tribute that was given to her that day, made by the shop people, that will stand out in front, that just shows what a light she is in the community. And even though I know her light wasn't on in her office that day that I looked at it, I just know that her light goes on forever. But I'll share more as I think more about it and emotionally more prepared. But thank you.
Ms. Johnson-Hustler.
Thank you. I felt horrible all last week because I had loss in my family and missed her tribute. So needless to say, I was at a family funeral, and Ms. Mahaffey called to tell me. I think many of you know my daughter goes to Millbrook, and what you may not know is Millbrook was our first family. When we moved here in the end of 1999, my husband's first school was Millbrook. So his first boss in Wake County was Dana King, and I mean, you explained it well. It's a community. And even once my husband left Millbrook and my daughter was still at Millbrook, I have to tell the story. Miss Cash is like a lifelong Wildcat, just want y'all to know. Miss King is the chief Wildcat. This is the lifelong Wildcat. And so so Miss Cash was always at events at Millbrook during our tenure. And my husband has been gone from Millbrook for a while as a coach. And he still had keys to Millbrook. Still does. We had this conversation as a part of our family processing what it means to lose someone that is the first person he worked for in this district and my daughter's current principal. So, I mean, was a part of our family, and that's also how she treated us and treated me prior to becoming a board member. And I think you all have gathered, she also had a sense of humor. So she was like, well, you're a school board member now, but you're still Bobby's wife. And it's like, true. And we also acknowledge that Ms. Cash is her consummate board member forever. But I have to tell you, at the last homecoming before COVID with my best friend, Ms. Cash's granddaughter, we were all decked out in our Millbrook gear, and Ms. King comes across the loudspeaker to give her announcement, and she says, and Mr. Hostler still has keys. This is still your home. We welcome you back any day. And I was floored. I was like, we're at a homecoming football game. She was like, yes, I am offering Mr. Hostler his job back. And I just think it's important that, I mean, it's funny and it's a thing that I remember because it's important to note that she lived such a long legacy, but talk about a rule breaker. Like, she offered a job over an intercom. So that will forever be funny to our family. And my daughter was super embarrassed because we have a last name like Hostler. So, of course, people are like, is that your dad? And that went on for a couple of weeks. Like, your dad got offered a job by the principal. So I think it's important that you know that not only did she have a sense of humor, but truly, I don't think that there is anybody who's touched the soil at Millbrook who won't remember her legacy, her humor. Even after she was struggling to walk, she came to that football game, and I felt sorry for the football players. Like, she sat on the bleachers with the football players during football season this past season. And there's a number of things that we could all say, but there are people in your life that you just know that they know, and she's one of those people who truly loved what she did and would do it at any cost. And I think that speaks volumes to, even when she broke the rules, I think everybody in Central Services knew it was because at the end of the day, her first priority was her community, her school community. And I don't think, as a non-educator, I think that that's what educators would want to know, is that the legacy that they left is that they would do anything, not just for her students. I was married to one of her employees, like for her employees. I should also state, when he came to work for her, I did not have a child, and he did not have a lot of time, and she made sure those educators allowed him to have parental leave with me. Like, she, as the principal, orchestrated what that could look like. So I could go on all day, but to your point, her light still shines bright, and the legacy will live on, and all of us who ever communicated with her will have so many Dana King stories. I called her by her whole name, which she also thought was funny. I'm not sure why I just called her Dana. It seemed weird to call her Dana after I became a school board member, so I just call her by her whole name. But indeed, the stories will live along, and so will her legacy. And I can't tell you the outpouring of love on social media from every student who ever attended Millbrook. So, Ms. Cash, I know that a piece of you is aching far deeper than we can understand, because you were also personal friends. But thank you for giving a little piece of her to me as we shared her as co-board members while my daughter is at Millbrook. So thank you all for those of you who are indulging us, because life is short. And I realized that in the last 7 days with the unexpected death of my family, like you wouldn't believe. And the things that overwhelm you, and I always tell board members, and this is no secret, my faith and my religion grounds me, and it's the thing that allows me to endure no matter how much insanity is around me. And so I just trust and rest in that she lived the life fully that she wanted to lead, and we can rest assured that she lived every moment of every day. And not everybody can say that. And for those of you who are listening who didn't know her, if you take one thing from me, that's what I would say, is love and live fully and give to the things that you adore, especially for our educators. I know this is exhausting. And yet you still live fully and passionately. And so just let that be a reminder that that's the legacy that we all want to live and lead, and that people will say after we're gone.
Well said. So a little bit of sadness at this board meeting today and shock, and as we move forward with the business of the school district. We do have to approve our meeting agenda. There is an amendment to remove item 6, which is recognition of the North Carolina Tech Director of the Year. She is unable to be with us today as she's not feeling well. So
I'll move approval of the agenda with that addendum, Madam Chair.
Second.
thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, sign of aye. Any opposed, nay? All right. Moving on to our first information item, which is the presentation of the superintendent's proposed budget for the 2022-2023 academic year. Superintendent Moore.
Good evening, Chair Lindsay and board members. As I prepare this budget proposal for 22-23, it is clear we have moved into a new phase of our COVID-19 pandemic response. While we are optimistic that the worst has passed, we are also grappling with the effects of an event that could linger for months or years. These challenges include staffing shortages, academic recovery, mental health issues, and more. With the generous help of county commissioners and increased federal funding, we've made progress in addressing some of these needs. But we have a long way to go if we are to put every child on a path towards academic success within our new reality. In 22-23, that has to start with shoring up our workforce. In years past, I have highlighted one of the 6 core beliefs found in our strategic plan to help frame my annual budget message. This year, it seems altogether appropriate to cite our 3rd core belief: well-supported, highly effective, and dedicated principals, teachers, and staff are essential to success for all students. The national labor shortage has made it painfully clear that every single member of our organization is essential to success for all students. That's true regardless of their role. To cover gaps during the past year, for example, we've asked bus drivers to drive triple and sometimes quadruple routes to get students to and from school each day. Hundreds of central services staff report to schools each week to assist cafeteria workers, custodial staff, teachers, and instructional assistants with needs and vacancies in the schools. I'm grateful to our employees for stepping up to face these challenges. I'm also grateful to this board for taking appropriate steps to increase compensation within our financial means. To further these efforts, the bulk of this year's additional funding request is tied to raising employee compensation. More specifically, I am proposing that $35.2 million be spent to increase employee compensation as part of a total request of $56,016,340 in additional support from the county commissioners for the 22-23 school year. In addition to the $35.2 million increase for compensation, I'm obliged to include an additional $8.3 million for legislative requirements, such as costs that are incurred due to charter school expansion and increased local costs for employee hospitalization and retirement benefits. I'm also requesting an additional $6.4 million to support the opening of 4 new schools in 22-23. Apex Friendship Elementary, Barton Pond Elementary, Herbert Akins Road Middle, and the Wake College of Information and the Wake Early College of Information and Biotechnologies. As town leaders and parents can attest, these schools are necessary to address areas of growth in our county where the demand for seats has outpaced supply. The money requested here would cover the operational costs of these schools, such as staffing, supplies, maintenance, that are not included in the construction programs approved by voters. The additional increases in this proposed budget are largely tied to $6 million in long-deferred operational expenses and overall rising costs. Some costs are so significant that it is only prudent to fund them over multiple budget cycles. You will find a summary of some of those priorities in the pages that immediately follow this letter in the budget book. I'm grateful to this board and to our commissioners for their strong support in the past, which has allowed us to continue to have success in the face of unprecedented challenges. For example, results for high school end-of-course tests have close to rebounded close to their pre-pandemic levels. Our four-year graduation rate has remained over 90%. We have led the nation in the number of educators earning national board certification in our classrooms for 16 consecutive years. Magnet Schools of America earlier this year named 45 of 54 Wake County magnet schools as either schools of excellence or schools of distinction. Numerous teachers, principals, and staff members were honored with regional, state, and national awards, including Elena Ashburn of Broughton High School, who became the first Wake County principal to be named the North Carolina Principal of the Year. In closing, I want to acknowledge a group of essential personnel that I have not yet mentioned, our parents. While this budget necessarily focuses on supporting our employees and how they support our students, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the most important partners in education, which are our families and parents. For our parents, this pandemic has been particularly difficult, but the connection between parents and their teachers has often grown stronger in this struggle. It is beyond doubt that such commitment and partnerships keep our school system and our community strong. And it is the strength of those families and our ability to serve them that allows us to move forward together. Thank you for this time. I will now ask David Nieder, our Chief Business Officer, to provide highlights of the budget request.
Thank you, Superintendent Moore. Good evening, Chair Mahaffey, members of the board, and Superintendent. I will now get into some more details of the budget. If I could ask that the PowerPoint slide deck be put up. Thank you, Julie. And if you could go ahead and proceed to the next slide. Tonight we're presenting to you the Superintendent's proposed 22-23 operating budget. Before we get into the actual budget, though, I want to share some background on the landscape and context that the budget was developed within. Shared a little bit of this with you at your joint boards meeting a couple weeks ago, but I would like to review that again tonight. We'll then review the funding priority areas and the actual budget with you, and then lay out a path of next steps after tonight. Tonight's presentation is for information only. As we go through the presentation, you'll see that the focus is on local funding for the most part. And the reason it is, the only real opportunity that a Board of Education in North Carolina has to request funding is with the local government or the county. In North Carolina, the state legislature makes all the decisions about public school funding. And in every state in the country, the federal government makes decisions about federal funding. Next slide, please. Our actual budget development process began later than any I can remember in my 15 or so years here, largely due to the late final budget coming from the state late calendar year 21-22. Perhaps the good news out of that was it forced us to do a lot of work very quickly. 2022-23 is the second year of a state biennial budget, and it does include 2.5% average increases for teachers, school administrators, and support staff already in law for that second year. As we look forward, though, the legislature will come in, I believe, in May for their short session. One of the uncertainties out there is, will they make any changes to that second year of the biennial budget? We'll have to wait and see. And we'll also have to wait and see if any of the economic uncertainty that may be on the horizon due to world events may impact the state as well as local government and federal government. I'll speak more to that in a minute. Next slide, please. So one might ask, why is the economic outlook a part of this presentation, and why does it matter to us? Well, unlike most other states, in North Carolina, boards of education have no taxing authority, and they're fiscally dependent on other governing bodies. I think we're one of only a handful of states where boards of education do not have that authority, and they're fully fiscally dependent. So we are, as I said, dependent on federal, state, and local governing bodies for their funding, policies, and decisions. And those policies and decisions are, can be influenced by the state of the economy. Next slide, please. Here's a chart we shared with you a year ago. It shows the federal, state, and local unemployment rates. And just as some general background, high unemployment rates as a general rule are not good for the economy. Low unemployment rates usually are. You can see on the left side of the chart the spike up at the beginning of the pandemic in unemployment. You can see the rapid decline, and now with Q1 of 2022 at the far right, you can see they're down to or below pre-pandemic levels. Just for your reference, blue is the national line, red is North Carolina, and green is Wake County. So you can see that as far as unemployment, the state is doing much better than the nation, and as far as Wake County, we're doing even better than the state. Next slide, please. This next slide is something you've seen in prior years as well. It's an index of North Carolina economic indicators maintained by Dr. Michael Walden at NC State University. The higher the number, the better. And as you look at this chart, the downtick you see on the left side of the graph was the Great Recession. And you see a long recovery to get back to the Great Recession levels. And then the downtick you see towards the right side of the slide was the pandemic. And you see the rapid recovery of it. I want to point out three things, though, that Dr. Walden points out about the North Carolina economy, because based on this leading economic indicators, it looks very strong and positive. He speaks to the actual state of the pandemic becoming endemic. If that were to change, and we all hope it doesn't, that could have economic implications. The second thing he points out is the conflict in Ukraine. And if the United States does get more fully or directly involved, the likely impact that will have and likely lead to a recession in the country. And finally, he points out how the Federal Reserve will manage through the rising cost of living and inflation rates through their rate increases. And that has implications for slowing the economy down too much and going into recession. Next slide. Just a couple more slides on the economy, and then we'll jump into the budget. A year ago, when we presented the proposed budget, we shared some information with you from the North Carolina Legislature's Fiscal Research Division. When we shared that a year ago, the division had just done a study in February of 2021, and then just a few months later, in June of 2021, they made revisions to their revenue projections. And that's the most recent study that we're aware of. But if you look at the chart, you'll see now that projected revenues for the current fiscal year between February and June grew by an additional $2.4 billion, up to $29 billion. And that projected revenues for next year grew by an additional $2.2 billion. So overall, if you look at state revenues, the actual revenues for 2019-20 of $23.9 billion and projections for next year of $30 billion, that's about a 28% increase in a very short period of time in state revenues. Takeaway from this slide, the state's looking pretty good. Next slide, please. The last slide I want to talk to you about on the economy and looking at things has to do with the Wake County economy. And I'm not going to go into details here, but on the 28th of March, the Board of Commissioners held a retreat where they looked at a number of things around all things budget and the economy. There is a hot link in the presentation. So if you want to go to the presentation in our assembly system online, you can directly access the presentation materials and the agenda for the meeting. Included in the presentations, though, were projections for Wake County revenues into next year and beyond, and related economic information. Again, I'm not going to go into details, but overall is a very, very positive outlook. If you haven't been able to look at the presentation yet, I would encourage you to. There's a lot of really good information in there. Takeaway from this slide, the economic outlook for the county is really strong for now. Next slide, please. Now I want to switch gears and talk about some potential risks. Budget planning, whether you have authority or don't have taxing authority, is always just that. It's projecting. It's based on assumptions. And in this case, assumptions about decisions that other governing bodies will make that we don't control and perhaps at best have some influence over. And so what's in our proposed budget are those assumptions. What the governing bodies ultimately do are their final decisions, and there can be gaps between those two, and those gaps can create issues for budget adjustments. So that's one risk. Second risk, and I believe I spoke to this at your Joints Board meeting, I want to mention it again, the Child Nutrition Federal Reimbursement Program that the federal government put into place over the last couple of years during the pandemic that reimburses school districts across the country for all student meals is set to sunset on June 30th. We have no indication that they will extend it beyond that. That said, we have concern, and we're doing analysis right now on what the revenue picture will look like. One of the challenges is no one has had to sign up for free or reduced lunches, go through the application process over the last 2 years. There is a process for that, and if the parents of the students that might qualify for that don't go through that process, they're not eligible. So we have some concerns there. We may be coming back to you in May with a recommendation for meal price increases. We've only done that a couple times in the last years. But even if we do that, and even if the board were to approve that, it is possible that increased meal prices would still not cover our costs. Consider our costs for meals, I'm going to oversimplify, are twofold: food costs and labor costs. We all know what food costs are doing, and we all know what we're intentionally trying to do with our labor costs. These are support staff paid some of the least in the district. So stay tuned. We may need to look at use of other local funding to supplement the CNS operation in this coming year. And finally, I'll just point out that when the legislature returns in the short session, they could make decisions to change either employer benefit contribution rates for health insurance or retirement, or compensation changes which increase our need for local funding. And when it comes to those two categories, depending on the change, it could be a large increase, and so we don't have funding in there for that, in the budget for that, but that's why we list it as a potential risk. Next slide, please. Jumping into the budget, want to go through how the operating budget is spent. Almost 90%, 89% of every operating budget dollars go straight to the schools. And I would posit that that next orange box of 4%, we have to account for it separately based on what DPI tells us to do, but I would posit that really goes directly to the schools as well, because included in facilities and operations are the maintenance costs of the buildings, the utility costs for the buildings, the child nutrition operation, the yellow bus operation, the special needs transportation operation, and so on. So I would posit it's more like 94%-ish that's going straight to the schools. You do see a charter school pass-through of 2%, but I'm going to speak to that in a second. And then the other central office areas, Board of Ed, Superintendent's Office, Communications, Academic Advancement, Administrative Services, and Technology Services, providing that backbone of support to our 193, but soon to become 197 schools. I do want to point out that when you look at the local pass-through of just local funding and not the total operating budget, 8% of our local funding goes to charter schools. That's by law. So when we request additional funding from the county, it's not all for the Wake County public school system. Approximately 8% of it is just to pass through the charter schools. Next slide, please. Just a couple things I want to show you on this slide. First, normally, federal funding represents about 8% of our overall operating budget. But you'll see here on this pie chart for next year, it's up to 15%. The reason for that is the large influx of pandemic relief funds, mostly federal. And so this pie chart will look like this for next year and likely the following year. But then we face the fiscal cliff, and it will likely go back to more of the normal ratios. And I'm going to speak to the fiscal cliff more at the end of the presentation. Second thing I want to point out too on this slide, if you look at the left chart, about 3 lines down, fund balance appropriation. This proposed budget invests almost $25 million of fund balance into the budget. And again, I'll speak more about that in a future slide. Next slide, please. So the prior slide showed a total projected operating budget of just over $2 billion. Big number. Let me put context into that number by looking at funding in terms of per pupil. The current year budget provides per pupil funding for Wake County of $9,797. That has Wake County ranking at 98th in the state out of 115 districts. The lower the ranking, the more funding. We're 98 out of 115. You'll also see on the slide funding amounts from out-of-state peer districts. Again, I'll note that is from the 2018-19 year. That's the most recent year this national data is available. But again, I would posit it's still reasonably fresh to show the distinction between how schools in our state are funded versus perhaps some other peer schools in different states. Nonetheless, it tells a story. And the last comment I'll make about this slide, in the past it's frequently been brought up, well, some of these other out-of-state districts have a much higher cost of living, and that has been, past tense, been the case. Now so much less so. Didn't do a formal study, but just looking at the cost of housing alone in the Triangle area and how rapidly it's growing. I dare say, and we'll do some research, but I dare say it's going to show the cost of living is being less and less a factor here. And again, there's a stark difference in some of these districts being able to invest up to 50% more per student in that student. Next slide, please. Want to now move into some of the funding priority areas. Again, at your joint boards meeting in March, we shared significant detail about the use of pandemic relief funding in response to interrupted learning. So tonight, I will simply note that this will continue to be a focus for the 22, 23, and 23, 24 years. Next slide, please. And you've heard already from Superintendent Moore the other top funding priorities within the superintendent budget, again with a heavy emphasis on staff compensation. Next slide, please. Public education is a human resource intensive business. 80% of our total operating budget goes to pay salaries and benefits to our staff. State funding for compensation and legislation to maintain competitive rates was not where it needed to be pre-Great Recession. And state legislation and funding to maintain competitive compensation rates has not moved forward to where it needs to be post-Great Recession. Ironically, this same post-Great Recession economy has arguably been the longest and strongest period of economic recovery and growth that any of us in this room have witnessed. The lagging of salaries impacts all categories of staff, but some more than others. And the changes to the employment marketplace that have evolved through the pandemic have only added fuel to the recruiting fire and retention fire. Takeaway from this slide, staff compensation is the fundamental focus for the proposed budget for next year. Next slide, please. Got on this slide categories of staff that were having the hardest time recruiting and retaining and with the highest vacancy rates. These vacancy rates were from earlier in March, so they may have fluctuated a little bit. Bus drivers, 22%. Almost 1 out of every 4 bus driving positions vacant. You heard Superintendent Moore speak to the extra duty they're doing, but that's not filling in all the blanks. I'll speak to that in a minute. Child nutrition workers, 17% vacancy rate. Skilled craftsmen in maintenance and operations, 25% vacancy rate. There's a little blessing in that one in that we can contract some of those services out. We can't contract a yellow bus driver from another company. But that said, we're also competing with a red-hot construction industry, so there are limits there too. Special education teachers, 7.5%. And while that number is much lower than the other vacancy rates, it's still significantly higher than I think it's about 2 or 2.5% vacancy rate for regular education teachers. Instructional assistants, regular education, 9% vacancy rate. Special education, 16% vacancy rate. And central services administrator professionals, 10% vacancy rates. These vacancies are directly impacting our capacity to conduct our core business. I'll give you one example. The lack of bus drivers. I've heard stories of the last couple weeks consistently. Buses, when they get to the school late, whatever student was on that bus is getting to class late, they're losing instructional time. That's going to impact them. In addition, when a school comes to pick up in the afternoon and arrives 45 minutes or an hour late, the student may be impacted by not being able to participate in some other regular or extracurricular activity or something to do with in the home. But it's also impacting our school-based staff, including our teachers, who are required to stay there with those students and supervise them when they may otherwise be beginning their planning for the next day. Just one example. Next slide, please. So this board did approve in December to move our minimum hourly rate for support staff effective January 1 to $15 an hour. That was big. Our graded support staff positions saw increases averaging from 43% to just over 5%, with the lowest grades, who had the lowest hourly rate, seeing the biggest percentage increases. Next slide, please. As you already heard from Superintendent Moore, the proposed budget requests over $35 million to apply against staff compensation. That represents 63% of the total $56 million of additional county appropriation that is included within the proposed budget. And included within the proposal is shifting the minimum hourly rate for support staff to $16 an hour, effective July 1, and addressing compression by maintaining step differentials and grade differentials. I will note, and you'll recall, that in the state's second-year biennium budget, their plan was to move support staff of school systems to $15 an hour minimum. Whether that stays or not, we'll find out in the short session. But regardless, independently of this, we're requesting local funding to be able to move to $16 an hour minimum. Next slide, please. Also included within that $35.2 million is funding required to increase our locally funded supplements for teachers, instructional support, and school administrators by 2.5%, which then aligns with what's in the current state legislation as far as average increases for those individuals. So their entire compensation would go up by that percent. Next slide, please. This slide walks us through a bit of history on the focus of the non-certified support staff compensation. I want to take a minute and run through it just so you can see where we've been and where we hope to head. But in 2019-20, we were able to receive, through the generosity of the county commissioners, just under $8 million, $7.7 million of additional funding. That funding was used primarily to bring our bus drivers up to $15 an hour, effective January 1, 2020, right as the pandemic was about to hit. You'll see in the following year another $1.6 million. That was funding requested from the county so we could fund those bus drivers at $15 an hour for an entire year and not just for 6 months. In 21-22, you'll see the over $23 million funding that was approved. That went to all the improvements that were brought to you in December that you did approve, the biggest one being going to that $15 an hour minimum and addressing compression throughout the grades and the bands. You'll also see on here the $21.7 million, that's included within the $35 million that will be required to go to the 16. There are other things in that $35 million as well as just the $16 an hour minimum. And then finally, we've got 2 estimates out there for 23-24 and 24-25. And those are estimates for, in those years, going to $17 an hour minimum, and then in the last year, $18 an hour minimum. I do want to stress those are estimates. We didn't run the numbers like we would have for this year's budget, where accuracy is important, but we wanted to give some sense of a ballpark of what would be required to continue this progress. Next slide, please. So the superintendent's proposed budget does continue to move us forward. That said, even if the proposed budget does come to fruition, much work in this area will remain. Next slide, please. The next budget priority in the current year's budget is also part of the multi-year initiative established pre-pandemic. And for this coming year's budget, it seeks $960,000 in local funding to provide additional instructional technology support services in the schools. Next slide, please. Our utilization of instructional technology continues to expand. The onset of the pandemic and going all virtual put that on steroids by effectively putting us into a student device 1-to-1 ratio, pushing us onto even more digital content platforms, providing additional student and teacher resource applications, engaging additional virtual teaching platforms, and also acquiring additional classroom technology. All these things require support, however, because they've got to be working effectively, and staff and students have to understand how to utilize them in order to leverage it. Next slide, please. This is a multi-year initiative as well, and I'd just like to walk you through where we come and where we'd like to go. We did invest in 2019-20 and 2020-21 about $600,000 in this initiative in each of those 2 years. And then for the current year, we invested $869,000, but you'll see that's in a different column. It's in the federal column. We invested for the current year using pandemic relief funds. Our proposed budget for this coming year that's being presented tonight requests $960,000 of local funding to continue this endeavor. I do want to point out that those resources that are funded by pandemic relief funds will need to be addressed with the fiscal cliff, because the funding that they're currently on will go away at the end of into the 24-25 school year, and so we will manage that through the fiscal cliff. Next slide, please. Next priority area I would like to go over with you. Again, it was a multi-year initiative established pre-pandemic. An area of critical need related to behavioral health supports, counselors, school psychologists, and social workers. Ratios of students to staff have not aligned with our student needs or national standards. And while we have made progress in the prior year endeavor to target national standards, the pandemic has exacerbated the need for these supports. This year's proposed budget requests $900,000 of pandemic relief funds. And if I could ask you to go to the next slide. Thank you, Julie. I want to go through the history. In 1920, you can see there was $1.7 million of state funding invested, just under $1 million of local funding. The following year, $2.3 million of federal funding, and for the current year, $8 million of federal funding. Again, just as I spoke to the instructional technology support positions, the $8 million invested for the current year is using pandemic relief funds. That will become part of the fiscal cliff because we fully intend to maintain these positions post-pandemic and post-pandemic relief funds. So again, I'm going to talk a little bit more about the cliff towards the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. Final priority area I'd like to go over with you has to do with our maintenance and operations area. These are the folks that make sure all of our schools are maintained in proper working order. And as I heard during your discussion, during the board work session on a couple of the facility items. The fact that as these facilities get older and they're not renovated, their needs for maintenance become more frequent and more complex. I'll leave it at that. So we started a few years ago targeting getting our maintenance and operations funding formulas to a national average of funding per square foot. During the Great Recession, as we made a lot of budget cuts and we tried to mitigate the impact directly on the classroom, maintenance and operations was one of many areas that received significant reductions. So the proposed budget does request $5 million of additional local funding for this initiative. And I will note, and you'll see on the next slide, we are also proposing removing $2 million of maintenance and operations funding from the pandemic relief funds to begin mitigating that fiscal cliff. So that said, it really would be a net increase in funding for the maintenance and operations for next year of $3 million. Next slide, please. So on this slide again, you'll see the history. In the first year of the initiative, 2019-20, we were able to invest an additional $2.5 million, In the following year, just $1 million. I'll remind everyone that following year was the onset of the pandemic. We had no idea what the economic implications were. We went in that year with a very austere budget and went very late on these multi-year initiatives. And then if you look at the current year, you'll see we have placed $13.5 million of funding for maintenance and operations, additional funding on the pandemic relief funds. The current year, or next year's proposal, we're requesting $5 million, and then you can see the next 3 years, $5.6 million, and that would take us to the national standard for funding per square foot. We're currently at 87% of that standard. Next slide, please. Want to switch gears. You heard me state this already, but beyond the additional $56 million that's being requested from the county, the superintendent's proposed budget also invests $25 million of fund balance. And if this level of investment is approved and remains, Board Policy 8101 will need to be waived, as this amount represents slightly over 50% of the June 30, 2021 unassigned fund balance. Next slide, please. You've already heard from Superintendent Moore that we're opening 4 new schools next year. 2 elementary, Apex Friendship and Barton Pond, a middle, Herbert Akins, and an early college of information and biotechnology. They all will have operating costs that are not covered by the state. Utility costs, maintenance costs, perhaps less so when they're brand new. And they also receive local funding for students that are not associated with their fixed amounts, whether you have 50 students in the building or 500 students in the building. So that represents the $6.4 million request. Next slide, please. And the last category I will go over is a $4.9 million request for newer expanding programs, including a change to the high school assistant principal formula, a change in retitling high school clerical assistants and upgrading them to receptionists, expansion of magnet school programming, both athletics and performing arts, school allotment expansion, AIG expansion, some central support positions. I'm not going to get into the detail on this tonight, given the time, but details on each of these and actually every other one of these funding initiatives is included, and these newer expanding ones begin on page 154 of your budget document. Next slide, please. So the budget document is now posted at our website, PDF format available to look at or even download. And as the board works through the process of going from the superintendent's budget to the board's proposed budget to the board's adopted budget, each of those will be posted on our website. Next slide. This is a very brief orientation to the budget document. I'm not going to go through it. It's very similar to how it's been organized in the past. I believe we now have one board member, Ms. Waters, that has not been through this process. I'll be glad to work with you and staff to sort of walk you through it, so we'll work something out if you would like that. Next slide, please. All right, I've been saying I'm going to talk about the fiscal cliff. Well, here we go. We've got approximately $30 million invested in the pandemic relief funds in what I would call recurring expenditures that we desire to continue after the pandemic relief funds are no longer available. The primary areas are behavioral health supports, the instructional support technicians, and the maintenance and operations funding. As we developed this year's proposed budget, there were competing needs for addressing the fiscal cliff now versus dealing with our number one priority, staff compensation. So you saw the limited attempt of $2 million reduction of pulling $2 million off of that $30-ish million. We believe we're going to find another $8, $12 million relatively easily, which won't have direct impact. But we think it's likely that as we prepare a budget a year from now, proposed budget, we're likely going to also have competing needs. So we've had some initial conversations, and they will continue because we've got 3 budget cycles to address the fiscal cliff, 22, 23, 23, 24, and 24, 25. And we may be regrouping, and rather than looking at asking for additional local funding to backfill the funding cliff, looking at our existing operating budget and looking at how we can repurpose funds within that existing operating budget so we can continue doing these initiatives that we have begun using the pandemic relief funding. Stay tuned, more to come. Next slide. So, as you go through the budget document, we'd ask you to send any questions to our Senior Director of Budget. She's sitting way over there, Terry Kimsey, to her email. And at your next Finance Committee meeting and Board work session, depending on how it works out, either Finance Committee or Finance Committee and Board work session, the Board will have a budget work session where you will have the opportunity to discuss the budget, and I'll cover that in a minute. But we'll also review those questions, board member questions and staff responses with you at the Finance Committee meeting. And we'll also post those questions and responses on our website along with the budget documents, again, for complete transparency and so the public can see as well. At your board meeting on the 19th, you'll hold a public hearing on the budget. And then based upon what direction the board directs the superintendent and staff to make adjustments or changes to the budget, or perhaps sends us back to the drawing board on certain things, we may require an additional board work session. Our target currently is to have you approve your proposed budget on May 3rd. Again, that may need to adjust based on the need to add work sessions. And we need to get the board's proposed budget to the county commissioners before May 15th to meet statutory requirements. Next slide. And it's the last slide, I promise. At your work session, again, we will present the questions, board member questions and responses, but the primary focus of that is for the board to discuss the budget, see if they are in consensus about it, see if they do want to redirect the superintendent and staff to go in some different directions, and then we go from there. And that concludes my presentation, which again tonight is for information only, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Nieder. We look forward to getting our questions to Ms. Kimsey and seeing you again on the 19th for our work session.
Thank you.
And what's the deadline for getting those questions, Ms. Kimsey? Did I miss it?
We'll put an email out.
Okay.
We'll take a look.
Thank you.
Yes, and we'll push an email out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kushner. Next up, we have our superintendent updates. Superintendent Moore.
I'll just be providing some updates on the information that the board engaged on during our work session today. The first two items of the work session were an update on the 2022 CIP cost model update and the existing school renovation and replacement rubrics as we get ready to move forward with requesting from the county commissioners the funds that will be necessary to continue our 7-year plan for the building of new schools and renovation of existing schools, which will likely require that our county commissioners look at putting a bond on the ballot in November. The next item that we went over was the Gaggle Pilot that is being implemented in school districts across North Carolina, including Wake County, using state-designated federal funds for internet security. We went over the pilot schools that are currently engaged in that work, the messaging that has gone out, examples of the types of things that are being done, and clarification that these are only Wake County platforms that are part of the Gaggle Pilot, things like regular social media, Twitter, TikTok, individual student email, they're not part of this program. The last item that we engaged in during the work session was an overview of the Student Engagement Team, SET grant. This is a collaboration between Wake County Cooperative Extension, Alliance Health, and the Wake County Public School System. It is a multi-year grant that will provide support to 4 specific schools that will have the opportunity through some additional resources, staffing, and other connections to our community partners, wraparound services for students who have high needs. This was really born out of the work really during the pandemic, where we did so much around food security with our partners in the community to support our students, and recognized through our work and with our social workers and our county health partners that the needs extended beyond food security for many of our families, so this will provide an opportunity to provide support to those students. And those were the updates from the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Moore. We now move on to public comment. Public comment is accepted in video, written, and in-person formats. Members of the public are welcome to offer comments or criticism directed at substantive ideas, actions, or procedures of the board and individual board members. In the interest of maintaining civility and decorum, however, speakers are encouraged to refrain from personal attacks and insults directed at the board, individual board members, staff, or members of the general public. The laws and policies of North Carolina provide that issues or concerns involving individual personnel matters are confidential and therefore not appropriate for public comment settings. Concerns related to personnel issues may be addressed through applicable WCPSS policies, the grievance policy, or other applicable policies. Speakers, including students, may discuss issues and matters of general concern but should refrain from discussing confidential student information. Concerns related to confidential student matters may be addressed through applicable WCPSS personnel, the grievance policy, or other applicable policies. The following citizens have submitted comments as part of the public comment portion for this evening's agenda. These comments are linked on the same online agenda that we are using for tonight's meeting. That agenda, as well as guidelines for those wishing to submit comments for future meetings, can be found at the school district's website, wcpss.net, under the tab labeled School Board. We have 30 written comments and 2 video comments from members of the public. The topics of which comments are attached to the agenda are as follows: 6 on books, 7 on class rank, 2 on prom, 5 for thank you, and 10 miscellaneous comments including maintenance, curriculum, special accommodations, masks, germ theory, drug searches, background checks, transgender and CRT, ALC student achievement, OCS, and LGBTQ books. For those of you that are here to speak in person during public comment, you may speak for up to 3 minutes. A yellow light will illuminate at the podium when there are 30 seconds remaining in your time, and a red light will signal your time is up. Please remain at the podium during your speaking time. Any materials you wish to share with the board should be handed to the board attorney either before or after your comments. And our attorney is located right over there. Thank you. First up is Janet Peterson.
Hi, my name is Janet Peterson. I have a combined 36 years in teaching and working with young children, 25 years teaching in Wake County Public Schools, teaching kindergarten through second grade. I am since retired. My team and I have read and reviewed books that are found in Wake County Public School libraries that belong in the adult book section and bookstores. You are allowing the sexualization of children and teens. I'm about to read to you passages from some of those books, and I'm asking if there are any young people in here under 18 to please leave the room. Let me read you first some excerpts from the North Carolina statute on obscene literature and exhibitions. Sexual conduct is defined as vaginal, anal, or oral intercourse, whether actual or simulated, normal or perverted, masturbation, excretory functions, or lewd exhibition, an act or condition that depicts torture, physical restraint, or being fettered or bound. All of these items are found in the books that are in Wake County Public Schools. I have a few back here, and there are many. Let me begin by reading to you from the V-Word book. Since I felt a particular longing for intimacy and sex that grew each year, I kept to my romance novels, finding new scenes. I learned how to touch myself with my own hands, how to draw circles with my fingers where my body liked it best. When chat rooms first came into vogue, I discovered cybersex. I would ask faceless men to imagine what they wanted to do to me, blocking the ones who wanted to be roughed, clicking away from the ones that wanted to receive oral sex. I chatted with the ones who wanted to enter me with their tongues. And it goes on. This book is full of it, and it's in several high schools here in Wake County. I tried stroking her stomach, thighs, nipples, hip, following the path of my hands with soft kisses. It was all lovely, but it felt like nothing was really happening. Flustered, I pushed to get on my back. Maya boldly took a plunge and kissed her way down my body until she was on my clit, kissing and licking. That's in Wake County Public Schools. Let me read to you from a poem from the book Identical. And I'll just read a section. The poem is entitled True to His Word. It starts with Ty's voice is almost a snarl. He wraps his rope around my hands. He ties it tightly. I shake my head, excuse me, I shake my head. Don't, but he does. Should I scream? Would anyone hear? Would anyone care? That's about bondage. I have another about incest. And that's right here, like I said, in our books, and I'm really sad. You've allowed the selection of such books into our libraries. Media specialists, librarians, principals, review teams all have signed off on these books. I tell you, you must protect the innocence of our children and teens.
Our next speaker is Jim Walsh.
Good evening, parents and board members. I would like to read the statute, but it's already been read, and I think you can maintain what was said a little bit. And the school board has direct policies that override that law, and those policies were given grant to the school board by statute of the legislator, and the policies are that if material comes before the school board that is questioned, it goes to the principal, review committee, and then another review committee, and then another review committee, and then it comes to the board. Well, we have a book, Blonde Boy. On November 6th of 21, it was brought to the attention of Cary High School principal. On November 22nd, a response came back saying, this book's appropriate. On January 12th, The Central Instructional Materials Advisory Committee recommended that the book stay. And then it went to a board appeal here. On March 10th, the board decided 2-1 that this was appropriate material. Now, I'm going to repeat what Janet said. If there's any children listening, I personally do not want them to hear this. Lawn Boy can be found in the following high schools: Apex, Cary, Fuquay, Green Level, Panther Creek, Sanderson, South Gardner, and Willow Springs. Page 19. But there's one thing I'd never tell Nick in a million years. Not that it really matters. In 4th grade, at church youth group meeting, out in the bushes behind a parsonage, I touched Dick Goebel's dick, and he touched mine. In fact, there were even some mouse involved. Page 25. Placing her knee between my legs, she wrestled off the sweater and unbuttoned her blouse and pulled off her panties, and she climbed on top of me before I even had a chance to savor the moment. I'm not saying I was grateful. To this day, I remain grateful to Gina, and whatever whim or combination of alcohol and restless prompted her to unbutton my jeans and straddle me in the passenger seat. Page 91, you get the gist. Now, I challenge our committee and our parents to accept this as acceptable practice in our school system. This is not. Parents, you need to get active in what the board is doing. I would also say the parents are getting active. Oh, they're homeschooling. The only thing that needs to follow now is the cash to follow the student. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tucker Willenborg. Tucker Willenborg.
On behalf of the students of Wake County, I ask the board, do you care about us? Will you take action to prevent a needless and harmful cause of suffering, class rank? Instead of stepping up to support us amid the devastation this pandemic has unleashed on our lives, this board is actively choosing to ignore us. As the class of 2023 moves towards college application season, I ask this board to finally act on class rank. As a student at Green Level, one of the highest performing high schools in this district, I see the harms of class rank firsthand. It isn't pretty, especially with the PC-19 pandemic grading policy. The competition is ugly. Numerous colleges state that class rank is an important or even highly important factor for admissions and scholarships. Some colleges even have class rank requirements, requiring students to be in the top 10% for scholarships. At Green Level, however, a top 10 ranking is a nearly hopeless endeavor, an endeavor that harms every student. Green Level has national merit finalists outside the top 10%. Green Level has straight-A students outside the top 25%. Green Level has students poised to graduate with this board's magna cum laude high honors designation, ranked outside the top 25, ranked in the bottom 25% of their class. Students at my school employ harmful strategies to maintain the ranks. Some take multiple online courses at Wake Tech after school or over the summer, triggering additional stress and harming extracurricular activities. Students utilize PC-19 to drop lower-weighted courses, often with high A grades, to boost their class ranks, subjecting them to unsightly pass marks on their transcripts, and as well as allegations of cheating from their peers, whose ranks are lowered as a result. And nearly all of the top-ranked students at my school pick their courses explicitly for class rank, choosing courses like Microsoft Word Honors over much more valuable career preparatory courses like Python programming. You are harming our futures and livelihoods because of class rank. This is the very definition of unhealthy competition. None of us benefit, all of us are harmed. If this board instead calculated class rank using the Latin honors methodology that was approved in 2016, we would have clear achievements targets and none of the tremendous uncertainty from which we currently suffer. This proposal is fair. It complies with state law. It complies with state board policy. It is in your hands to implement. The current policy of printing inaccurate and harmful exact class ranks deals a tremendous amount of harm. It imperils our chances at admissions, scholarships, and athletic recruitment. It punishes us for choosing courses for our future goals. It creates a painfully competitive high school culture. And worst of all, it isn't even fair. Therefore, on behalf of students of Green Level High School and of Wake County as a whole, I request this board update its policies on class rank, policies that this board can and should change today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Book.
Hello. First and foremost, happy Autism Awareness, Acceptance, and in my house, Appreciation Month. We should be celebrating our autistic students as well as our autistic staff and teachers and those who work in our wonderful buildings. We should also be mindful that these students go out into the real world. And my hope is that Wake County schools can be an incredible place for them to find jobs just like everywhere else. Please make sure that your policies have inclusivity that not only affects students, but also the work life that might happen here. Now, no one should feel shame for who they are or who they love. I'm not really good at this. I'd rather speak policy any day. But today I'm here to stand with Wake students who identify as LGBTQ, with their parents and with their community. I'm here to stand with Black and Brown students, parents, and community. I stand to promote a safe place for them to live and learn, a place where their lives are reflected positively in the books in our libraries, where history is celebrated, debated, but most of all, taught honestly with primary and secondary sources available in their own schools. This is the very least we could do. Please, board, I ask you to continue to lift up those who others might put down. Continue and invest in equity. We obviously need the Office of Equity now more than ever. Love one another. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carrie Bly.
Hello again. This is our anniversary. We started asking you for viable math learning resources for our kids April 2nd, 2019, 3 years ago. Today is our second history speech to you. Last time we discussed how you vetted MVP and open up math curriculums through IMET, EQUIP, and Ed reports. And while it sounds extensive and impressive, we thought you might want to understand that they're all rooted in the exact same metric and foundational text. Today, we want to run the history of the only other data source you say you use to pick our kids' curriculum, and that's your 2016 TNTP audit. The first time we ever heard that was in the June 18th, 2019 board meeting. It was justification for why the board dismissed our formal complaints. And you presented this TNT report as one of the major catalysts behind adopting new middle and high school curriculums. I asked for a copy of that report, and it took you 2.5 months to find it. And I'm going to repeat that. It took you 2.5 months to find a report that you paid $170,881 for, that you called a driving force behind your math curriculum adoptions. And that was our first red flag. Initially, what bothered me most was the timeline. You hired them in March 15th. You did 7 days of curriculum audits in April and May, and then 27 days after you were done, North Carolina adopted new high school math standards, June 2nd of 2016. That's when you told us that NC stopped operating under Common Core. You knew that we were going to get new standards, yet you initiated, sent out an RFP, selected and accepted TNT's proposal. The only proposal that mentions Common Core standard alignment 46 times in their 13-page proposal to you. That's a very good example of what we mean by a lack of transparency and a lack of communication. Now, in Dr. Martin's speech on June 18th, he sort of asked a question after noting the dire state of math education. He said that the low proficiency data nor the Wake County audit did not result in public or parental outcry. And it sounded like you were trying to admonish us. Well, I have an answer for you. We did not outcry because you did not release this report. Never. Wake County conducted a Common Core curriculum quality review, changed the name of it. Then once you got the results in May, you sat on them for 6 months until you reduced the 75-page report to 12 slides that you discussed 6 months later in November in a student achievement committee behind closed doors, not on camera, in the middle of a weekday. No, you did not hear us cry out. You didn't hear us cry out until we saw our kids crying at the kitchen table because they got a 13 on a test again. When we watched them hunched over their computers for hours trying to Google basic math concepts to figure out how to do their homework.
Thank you, Ms. Bly. Rachel Blackwood is our next speaker.
First of all, thank you. I'd like to thank each of you for serving over the last 2 years. I know it hasn't been easy. I know it hasn't always made you very popular. But I do know, and I was able to see that your heart was with the needs of the children, and that is something that I appreciate as a parent. And I'd like to appeal to the heart of the board yet again today. Recently, there were discussions about moving some of the students from Abbott's Creek Elementary School to Durant Road Elementary School, to my school, my children's school. And that proposal was fought by the community, by Abbott's Creek parents, and even the media. But something was left out of that conversation. The needed renovations at Durant Road Elementary School was left out of that conversation. You see, Abbott's Creek Elementary is just across the street from us. It serves a high socioeconomic status base. It's a brand new, beautiful facility. Everything's in working order. The students don't have to worry about if their bathroom's gonna work or if they're going to a dilapidated trailer. In a sharp contrast, the students at Durant Road Elementary School have a very rundown school. It's 30 years old. We're not even on the renovation list. We serve a very low socioeconomic status group of children. Many of our children are food insecure. Some of them are homeless. They come to live in deplorable conditions. And then they come to a school that's been run down and quite frankly has not been maintained the way it should by the county. And I know that the money is an issue, but I also know that while my neighbors across the street at Abbott's Creek Elementary School from the upscale neighborhoods get a brand new school with everything in working order, our students deserve the same. Regardless of socioeconomic status, they deserve the same. And so I'd like to plead with you to put us on the renovation list, to give us a chance to make our school look as beautiful on the outside as it is on the inside. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lindsay Tobin.
Thank you. As we are beginning to see the ramifications that the pandemic has had on our children, there is significant learning loss as well as anxiety and depression. And while most are acknowledging this, instead of working hard to correct this, we are lowering standards. Now, this goes from babies' developments all the way up through high school graduations. And I believe we need to get back to the basics with our children's education. We live in the greatest country in the world, and our students need to have the best education in the world. The focus needs to be on math, science, technology, etc. During COVID, one of the board members stated that there was much more suffering in the world than what was happening with our children. And that is on full display right now, every day. But the only way that we ensure that that type of suffering does not come to us in future generations is to ensure that we are building strong future leaders. Our children cannot compete and will not have the proper tools to be great thinkers and innovators if we deny them a robust education in favor of personal causes. We can teach about our government without bringing political ideology or rhetoric in. We can teach about self-acceptance and love and the acceptance of others' differences without sexualizing our children. I personally know a mother whose first graders class was asked to vote in 2020 for either Biden or Trump. I know a family whose second grader was given the gender unicorn handout. My kindergartner knows nothing about these topics, nor should he. He is young and innocent. Why are we so insistent on making our children grow up faster than they should? Years ago, many people were offended by religion being taught in public schools. Religion is very personal to someone's identity, and people can be uncomfortable with others outside of their family teaching this to their children. Do we not see politics and sexuality as very personal issues? Why would it be okay for them to be taught in public schools? It seems that we are putting our personal fears and burdens of this world on our children's shoulders. When our children look into the world, they don't see politics, they don't see hate, they don't care what your skin color is or who your partner at home is. And instead of taking this away from them, we should learn from them. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gil Pagan. Our next speaker is Gil Pagan.
Good evening, school board members. Wanted to bring to your attention a few books of many that are in the Wake County Public School Library system. One book, and these books are pornographic in nature. One book is called George, and this book is about transsexualism, and it also has references to incest. This book called Blankets is a graphic novel by Greg Thompson, has pornographic pictures inside of a boy and a girl having sex, and there's also masturbation in this book. And the third book is Lawn Boy, which I'm sure you're familiar with. Lawn Boy is a book that has a story in it about two Mexican-American boys that are 10 years old that go behind a church and engage in oral sex, and that book is in the Wake County Public School Library system. And I'm going to read to you a piece of that book, a page from page 91. What's normal then, Nick? Tell me that. Your porn habit? The way you talk about women? Oh, like you don't watch porn? Actually, no. You're a liar. What if I told you I touched another guy's dick? I said, Nick waved me off and turned his attention back to his beer. What if I told you I sucked it? Will you please just shut up already? I'm dead serious, Nick. Well, I'd say you were a fag. I put Doug Gobble's dick in my mouth. The real estate guy, yeah, that guy. Nick looked around frantically. What the fuck are you talking about? These are the books that are in the public school library system. And by the way, this book in particular was voted on by this board to remain in the library. I don't understand why you would do that. How dare you ignore parents, phone calls, concerns like this to pull these books out, ignoring their emails. How dare you take away the rights of parents to shield their kids from this type of stuff, pornographic books in our public school library. How dare you decide to put these books in these libraries at the hands of these children? Parents are upset, they are angry. Hispanic parents are upset and angry because these books are in the public school system. We demand you take these books out now from these libraries and put them away where they should not be seen or touched again. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Steve Bergstrom. Steve Bergstrom. Our next speaker is Amanda Lunn.
Growing up,
I had the opportunity to attend 3 different public schools in grade school. The second was in West Tennessee. The powers that be tried to shield students from particular subjects. One of these subjects at that time was Darwinism. Teachers weren't allowed to teach it. Students were not allowed to talk about it. The message I received as a young child was that Darwinism was the devil's work and that it was not suitable to be taught in public schools. I am not sure exactly how I picked that up. It really could have been the result of parents and the public having meetings such as this. But fast forward to 9th grade, I had moved to Western New York. I was in science class, and a teacher publicly taught about Darwin's theories. My jaw dropped, my eyes bulged. Here I was witnessing a teacher teaching a subject that had not been previously allowed to be taught to me, and the students were doing just fine. They took it in like they take in every other piece of information that they receive in their school existence. The teacher didn't teach it in a way that forced it as truth. It was taught as a theory, an educated guess that hadn't yet been able to be proven false by scientific evidence. Students were simply given a new piece of information they could use in their data bank to think critically about. Then in my freshman year of college, my roommate self-identified as Jewish. Again, my jaw dropped, my eyes bulged. I'm not sure if I spoke out loud or if it was just in my head. But what I thought was, oh my gosh, your family survived. Your people survived. That's amazing that they survived the Holocaust. Why did I think that? Due to a lack of diversity, due to a lack of inclusive curriculum, the only time I ever encountered the concept that a Jewish person existed was in that very short segment that we taught about the Holocaust. Diversity matters. Inclusive curriculum matters. They foster new perspectives, open-mindedness, opportunities for critical thinking, and empathy. While reading, writing, and arithmetic are important, these life skills also have so much value, and our students deserve an opportunity to hear them and formulate their own opinions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Beiser.
Hello. I am here to talk to you about class rank, as you've already heard some speakers already address. We recognize that class rank is often very detrimental to our students' well-being. I want you to know that this is an issue that's not just relevant to Wake County students and parents and administrators. I'm a parent in the Chapel Hill Carborough City School District. We also care very passionately about this issue of class rank and how it can be very harmful to our students. In fact, our district over the past decade has tried several times to challenge the state rule that insists on class rank. They haven't been successful in the past, but there is some hope, some opportunity now that there could be a different interpretation of this state mandate that would allow some flexibility with class rank. And there is definitely some momentum in several districts in the state, and so I encourage the board to be open-minded to what some of the opportunities might be. I've got a real quick personal anecdote in terms of the damage to mental health, to the sense of extreme competitiveness that students, high school students feel because of class rank. My daughter is a freshman at UNC Chapel Hill right now. She graduated from Carborough High School last year. She very much decided she would play the class rank game, and it absolutely is a game. And from the time she was in middle school, she was on a mission to have a high class rank. We actually discouraged her from pursuing that mission because it didn't seem to be a very, very valid use of life energy, but she wanted to do it, and she did it and graduated toward the top of her class and was happy with that. Now, as a college freshman, she has so much regret looking back on that incredibly stressful, negative, competitive experience that she had in high school, and now she's the biggest advocate for anything we can do to change that environment. The other issue I was going to mention is that professionally I have worked in the area of college admissions over the last 20 years or so. And so I have the perspective and opinion that the colleges do not want to see class rank. If it's there when an applicant applies to a university, you have to look at it, you have to consider it, you actually have to report it, and your statistics as a university are measured by the rank of your students. But if it's not there, you have more flexibility to kind of make the right decisions and holistically evaluate candidates. So I've got someone I know who's dean of admissions at a highly selective institution, and she had one point of advice to me: if you can do anything in North Carolina in your district, it's to get rid of class rank. It is killing your students when they apply to our institution because they have class rank attached to them. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to hopefully having additional conversations about options in the state for changes to class rank. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robin Livingston.
So I've had 3 students in the Wake County Public School System. 2 have graduated, and my youngest is in 8th grade. My kids have had some amazing experience in this school system. I grew up in a small, very rural town where our schools were wonderful but had limited resources. Through Wake County's public school system, my kids have traveled to Europe, Washington, D.C. My daughter trained and performed with a world-class musician through her band program. She also marched with her marching band at Disney. And my kids have had access to a much higher level of course than were available to me. In order to continue that level of education, we need to make sure our school system continues to provide as many educational resources as possible. This is National Library Week. In honor of that, I would like to encourage you to make library book funding a priority. Libraries don't need fewer books, we need more. The WCPSS website is available in 8 different languages. We have kids from all over the world in our school system. These kids have different backgrounds, experiences, religions, languages, etc. In North Carolina, a school librarian is required to have a teaching license and a master's degree. These people are trained to provide resources that are age appropriate for a wide audience. Some of these resources are not always going to be pretty. In fact, some books are very disturbing. But not everything we learn about the world is going to be pretty. The good news is the American voting public agrees. In a recent poll commissioned by the American Library Association, 71% of voters oppose efforts to have books removed from their local libraries. This is bipartisan, with 75% Democrats, 70% Republican, and 58% independents opposing such bans. 90% of voters and 92% of parents have a favorable opinion of the librarians who work in local public libraries and in school libraries. Most voters are confident in local public libraries to make good decisions about their collections and think libraries do a good job representing a variety of viewpoints. The biggest takeaway for me from the poll information was that 74% of parents are confident in public school libraries' decisions about their collections. That means parents who are fighting to ban books are on the wrong side of the issue. Some of these parents come speak before the board claiming to speak for the parents of Wake County, but they do not speak for me. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Manley.
Hello, I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I had the blessing of being able to be at your last meeting with both the county commissioners and you guys when you were a joint session, and so I appreciate everything that was shared about the budget. I'm really concerned for this reason. I don't know if you guys remember, I have 5 children. 3 of them are out of K through 12 now, but 2 are still in. and I'm really concerned about the quality of education. And I feel like that really should be the primary focus of a school board of Wake County. Being the 14th largest school district in all of the country, we have an opportunity to really make a difference, not only here in North Carolina, but throughout this nation. And this is my concern. A few weeks ago, there was an article in the Charlotte Observer that said that 50% of 18 to 40-year-olds in North Carolina will not be able to accept the new jobs that are coming to North Carolina. And you know, in 2008, North Carolina probably did better than any other state in getting through the recession, and we're about to head into a deep recession again. And what we should be wanting, we should be preparing our children. By the time they're 18 years old and they get out of high school, they should be able to be critically thinking and able to take whatever jobs are available to them. If they want to go on to a further education, absolutely, they should be prepared to do that. But I think they should be ready for adulting at this point. And what I would like to see, I'd like to see curriculum textbooks come back. I think we would have avoided a lot in this pandemic if we were not completely relying on education through the laptop. And I think what you said, Mr. Martin, was absolutely incredible when you said hands-on learning works, and especially for children that are in elementary aged education. They like the experience. They like being able to talk and to touch and to see and to feel. They like specials. We need to get books back into our schools that are textbooks so the parents know what the children are being taught. So if there is a learning loss, if there is something that they missed, chapters 2 and 3 and 4 chapters back, they are able to then pick up on that. I found a lot of talk about learning delays, or whatever you're going to call it, learning loss over the last 2 years with COVID. But I will tell you, we have gone in the last 15 years from being being 12th in the nation here in Wake County, or here in North Carolina, to being 38th in the nation. That is not okay. We are a state that has opportunities from the coasts all the way to the mountain. You can be anything that you want to be here in North Carolina, and I would encourage you, we need to focus on educational excellence. We need to focus on the foundations. From K through 3rd grade, we should be focusing on reading, writing, and math, and we need to get all of this political ideology, all of the sexual ideology, everything else that is not focused on reading, writing, and math, because if you can read, if you can write, if you can do basic math, you can learn anything. And our children deserve that. In 10 short years, every child that is in 2nd grade will be graduated, will be an adult, and will be entering into the workforce. We need them to be prepared to be the next leaders and to keep North Carolina great. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ruth Willenberg. Ruth Willenberg.
The current class rank system was created in the past, 1995, and no longer works today. So much has changed, and given how much more complex and rich the academic offerings are for our students, we have an opportunity, quite frankly an obligation, to change the system to more accurately and fairly recognize student accomplishments. For Wake County class ranks, a 90 equals a 100. This creates a huge pool, 100, 150, 200 kids, all with unweighted 4.0 GPAs. Instead of rewarding the accomplishments of straight A's, Wake County is punishing these students with a so-called exact class rank based on course weightings. In-class performance isn't even considered. Head-to-head wins, perfect 100s make no difference. Microsoft Word Honors wins over biomedical technology. In fact, a 90 in Microsoft Word Honors wins over a 100 in biomedical technology. Worse yet, the kids who received AP Computer Science are ranked ahead of the kids who signed up but didn't get in. And the kids who chose PASS, PC19, over numeric grades in their academic courses are ranked ahead. Class rank in Wake County doesn't measure academic performance. Given the problems with course scheduling, especially with split schools during the pandemic, class rank is not even an accurate reflection of desired course rigor. It's broken. Wake County is actively certifying inaccurate data and harming students. On behalf of over 200 parents and students, we are asking Wake County to immediately eliminate the class rank from transcripts and replace it with Latin honors class rank. This can be done now without any state-level policy changes. There is no state law to send class rank to out-of-state or private universities. There is no state policy that class rank has to be an exact numeric rank, or that weighted GPA needs to be 4 decimal points in precision. Nowhere. All the policy says is that class rank is calculated based on weighted GPA. Latin honors are calculated based on weighted GPA. A Latin honors class rank based on weighted GPA does not violate any state law or state policy. Wake County can address the class rank problem by switching to Latin honors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jacob Arthur.
Good evening. My name is Jacob Arthur, and I have 4 children, 3 of whom are in Wake County Public Schools, with a 4th waiting in the wings. I'm also a candidate for the District 7 seat on the board, and I regret Mr. Haggerty is not here. I would have liked to have earned his vote. I would like to use my time to address a great harm I see being done to our students through much of the curriculum coming out of the Office of Equity Affairs and the inappropriate materials that are available in our school libraries. It is no secret to parents that any student with a smartphone can access inappropriate material. However, there is no excuse for it being made available in our schools, even in the name of affirming our students. While your intent may be to make students feel valuable and worthy of recognition, what you're actually doing is far worse. By promoting these materials in our schools in the name of affirmation, you are in fact teaching our students that their value as people is found in their sexuality or gender. Our children have value and are worthy of recognition and love by the fact that they are human beings, and they are our children. Nothing more, nothing less. Likewise, much of the curriculum from the Office of Equity Affairs is teaching our children to begin relationships with each other from a starting point of what makes us different, rather than what unites us as human beings. For example, my 7th graders class is reading Ghost Boys to supplement their unit on Frederick Douglass. In reviewing this book, the school library journal is quoted as saying it, quote, provides an important window for readers who are just beginning to explore the ideas of privilege and implicit bias. In other words, critical race theory. My wife and I are graduates of the Wake County Public School System. I can tell you from my experience that the pushing of ideological materials is not making things better, and it's not improving academics. Yesterday was the anniversary of the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., a man who implored us to judge each other by the content of our character. Unfortunately, the more this board pushes diversity, equity, and inclusion, the less diverse, equal, and inclusive we seem to become. It is time to spend our dollars on actual academics and not social agendas. As your social agenda has advanced, the data show proficiency in reading and math continues to decline over the past decade. It is time to let parents parent. It is time to let teachers teach. Again, I'm Jacob Arthur, and I'm running for school board. You can find information at jacobarthurwakeschools.com. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amanda Hullabine.
Well, I came here to speak about several things, and, a lot of these things that have been said today, they've been said already. Y'all have heard these books being read before, and actually, on January 18th, you were served with paperwork, and part of the paperwork had statements with some of the very literature that was read from this podium in it, saying how it was inappropriate. Also, my son has access that he's 8 on his Wake County Public School System laptop. Immediately pulled up genderqueer. Immediately was able to see all the photos. Both this board, the Cary Police Department, apparently is in the pocket of y'all also. Michael Glover at Liberty Mutual, Amy Bolton at Liberty Mutual, all feel that this is appropriate. It's appropriate for an 8-year-old to pull up those images. It's appropriate for these surveys, the survey that came out. So you have Gaggle, right? You want to follow what the students are reading. You know what they're reading. We've shown you what they're reading. They're reading things they should not read. But you can Gaggle them, right? But you won't stop genderqueer from coming up on an 8-year-old's laptop. So I find that odd. But then, this is a corrupt board, so then I realize that that's just how it is. And things need to change in 217 days. Another thing that I found interesting is something that NCAE passed on to the teachers for Black History Month. And they give kid language for suggestions for, inclusiveness. And I'm all about inclusiveness. We should include everyone. That's fine. But there's a difference between inclusion and indoctrination. So to say everybody has the right to choose their own gender by listening to their own heart and mind. Everyone gets to choose if they are a girl or a boy or both or neither or something else. And no one gets to choose for them. My son's teacher has told him something similar, the whole entire class. That's not her job. I've sat here before and said, it's not your job, right? First time I was here, I was very upset about that. And it's the same thing. It's not the teacher's job. I don't understand how we've got to this place where the teacher, feels that it's okay to teach these, ingrained beliefs in school. It's one thing to include, it's another to indoctrinate. Additionally, there is queer affirming, which is working towards a queer affirming network where heteronormative thinking no longer exists. So the NCAE is basically saying that the goal is so that kids do not look and think the mom and the dad, that's normal. That's not normal. They don't want that to be normal. Why? I mean, does anybody know? Y'all don't.
Our next speaker is Peter Bly. Pete Bly.
Good to see y'all. I'm going to pick up where Carrie left off. So now, once we get over the timeline of the TNTP curriculum audit and get over the fact that the report was never released to the public, let's look at the report and its merits, because that's really the most shocking part. TNTP might sound familiar to you. That's the group that would go on to write the Opportunity Myth Education article in 2018. If you haven't read it, you don't really need to. You can just look at the TNT report that I just handed the nice gentleman over here. It looks exactly the same. So basically, y'all were part of the propaganda practice that they were going through right then. Do you remember Carrie's last board speech, History Number 1, when she told you that the curriculum evaluation tools of IMET, EQUIP, and Ed Reports were all based on the same checklist? Well, right off the bat, you need to read the fine print in the assessment process of the TNTP report, because they also used the IMET and EQUIP Common Core Standards checklist. So technically, this will be the 4th curriculum evaluation using the exact same metrics. What I just handed was a full copy of the 75-page report, the 46-page proposal summary, the 14-page TNTP proposal summary, and the TNTP contract and 13-page initial proposal. Read the proposal first. You know, the one that mentions the Common Core state standards 46 times. Read it first, then read the rest in succession. Because after we did that, we immediately went back and reread the TNTP proposal. And the first thing that came to our mind was, why? Why did we even hire them? In their proposal, they clearly spell out that they will find wrong with our math and English curriculums. Just because you call them independent does not mean that they didn't have opinions. And it feels like they had a pretty strong opinion and were very deliberate in the path they were trying to prove. You knew you couldn't purchase a math curriculum since the year 2004. Did you really need to pay an independent company $173,881 to tell you that you needed a middle and high school math curriculum in the year 2016? When it's said out loud, does that make sense to you? Because it doesn't to us. You then turned around and used this TNTP report to justify hiring another independent company, Garter Inc., so they could put together a curriculum roadmap to aid in the purchasing of new English and math curriculums, and you paid them $273,000. So, keeping up at home, that is now $500,000, almost $500,000 spent in 2016 just deciding if you need math and English curriculums and how to find new math and English curriculums. After all that money and time and expertise, you ended up putting math workbooks in front of our kids that have zero math learning content in them anyway. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Grant King.
Good evening, Chair Mahaffey, Superintendent Moore, and board members. I am Mr. Grant King, and currently I'm an educator with Wake County. Also, I serve as the chair with the State Board of Education Subcommittee on our advocacy with our educators and our instructional assistants. This month, can you all hear me? This month, of course, is Autism Awareness Month. And as a special educator in the classroom with our exceptional children, I want to take a moment to emphasize when Autism Awareness Month was first began. According to history, Autism Awareness Month is a long month observed focused on raising awareness about the autism spectrum disorders and what it means to be autistic, regardless of academics, regardless of people and the difficulties and the discrimination that autistic people have faced in society. Of course, my committee and I went over a lot of the advocacy issues regarding all kids and students with disabilities. But we chose this month in particular to focus on Autism Awareness Month. And we also made a declaration in accordance with the 1972 Autistic Society established the National Autistic Children's Week as a part of efforts to educate the community, school districts, and many others about how to support, and not only how to support, but far as instruction in the classroom setting. Also, it gives me great honor and privilege as chair of the advocacy committee that I currently serve. We made a declaration making it very clear to the state as a whole, educators and support staff, along with myself and many others, making it clear and setting the tone that we will continue to advocate for those who have experienced discrimination and bias regardless of gender and regardless of the color of their skin. Also, we have had the privilege of meeting once again this month in preparation for our Teacher Appreciation Week. Of course, it is in May. And of course, with the advocacy work that we do, we decided to recognize one of our very own, one of my colleagues at South Garner High School, none other than Miss Yolanda J. Towns-Lamas. We will be recognizing her on Thursday, May 5th at 1 p.m. And of course, Ms. Johnson-Hostler has been invited to attend that occasion. So it gives me with great hope and reminding us that regardless of outcome, everyone could still achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Grant King. That concludes our public comment section for the evening.
Madam Chair, I move approval of the consent items as listed.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on our consent items. Is there any discussion? All in favor of improving our consent agenda, please signify by a sign of aye. Any opposed, nay. All right, the motion passes. We move on to our action item, which comes from our Chief of Schools, and it is the instructional calendars for our early college, and that is Glenn Carrozza with support from Tamani Anderson-Powell.
And Paul Domenico.
And Paula I'm sorry, Paul.
Good evening, Chair Mahaffey, members of the board, Superintendent Moore. This evening, staff is seeking your approval for the 2022-2023 instructional calendars for our early college high schools. I'm joined this evening by Ms. Tamani Anderson-Powell and Mr. Paul Domenico from our Magnet office. If you remember back to March 15th during the board work session, we shared with you the calendars that are uploaded to Assembly this evening. Those are the draft calendars for our early college high schools. I'd like to just share with you that all of these calendars adhere to General Statute 115C-84.2 regarding school calendars. The new early college that's opening in 2022-23, Wake Early College of Information and Biotechnologies, has been conditionally approved by the State Board of Ed. We're seeking final approval by the General Assembly still. They've assured us that they will address this issue during the early portion of their session. However, if necessary, staff will bring this item back to you for additional discussion at a later date. Staff has begun the process to reach out to parents who were assigned to the early college for information and biotechnologies, and should we need to reach out to them again, we will bring them in for further information as necessary. With that, we are seeking approval for the early college calendars for 22-23.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion from Dr. Martin, a second from Ms. Carter. Is there any discussion? Mr. Carrozza, do you have a date as to when we expect to hear back from the General Assembly, or when we will inform parents?
So let me just pipe in real quick. So it's a two-step process. DPI recommends to the General Assembly which early colleges. The legislature a few years ago indicated that they would not fund more than 3 a year. DPI has recommended 3, including ours. In our work with the folks at the School Board Association, Superintendent Association, and other places, it's our understanding that this will be an early part of the agenda when the legislature returns in May, because technically you're not an early college until the funding is approved. And so we're adopting a calendar that goes along with Wake Tech, but should something happen with the General Assembly, we may need to come back and discuss that again. And that is what we want to make sure that our parents understand, that it's a conditional approval.
Thank you for that clarification. Any further questions or comments?
Might we just note yet another thing where the school systems should be able to decide what is good for the school systems, and this reliance on the General Assembly is not good for education.
Great. Hearing nothing else, all those in favor of adopting these calendars signify by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
And I'll see,
Now be moving into closed session.
and I'm happy to sit in for Mr. Haggerty and
Thank you,
save
Ms.
you the
Kushner.
meeting. And I move we go into closed session to consider confidential personnel information protected under GS 143-318.11A1A3 and A6, to consult with the Board of Education attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege as provided in GS 143-318.11A3, and to consult with the Board of Education attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege as provided in GS 143-318.11A3, which I just said, due to current litigation, JB by and through his parent or guardian, HB 21 EDC 04445, Office of Administrative Hearings.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by sign of aye. Any opposed, nay? We are now in closed session. Thank you.